All right. About that time, it says 6 o'clock on my watch, so I think it is that time. So we've got lots of business to take care of. I got a couple things I want to mention to you, but I'll wait till more people are here, both online and in person. We've got, what, 8 people online? 10 people online? We're missing, I don't know, 8 or 10 in here at this moment. Any questions from anything you've been looking at or reviewing?
I guess the movies aren't on the CD 1 through whatever, how many there are on there. You don't have one of that, those little movies, we probably.
No, man. First 3. They're all the same after that. All those are there for us to help you know how to go through the process. Those things probably take 4 hours a piece to do. So I don't see the need to invest that much more time. I don't have anything else to do. I realize that, but you know, that means I can just lay around instead of working on that stuff. Actually, I've done a lot more prep for this class than I have in any other class in a long time because we have more time, and so there's more stuff to do. I mean, I want to have more things for you to do. But honestly, and the first 3 are identical to the other 10 or the other 7 that are out there, other than the numbers themselves. It's the process that you need to understand. So, so I saw your email where you asked me, are there any more out there? No, but you know what? There is a video of all those ones we've done. The class video. All you have to do is go to the class video and watch the class video, and I'll go through every one.
Yeah, but not that little artist dude.
Oh, you like the little artist dude?
Yeah.
You think he's better than I am? Okay, I get it. Yeah. Now my feelings are. Now my feelings are. It's a little cooler than that, but I feel like I'm gonna really make. I'll pick him out later.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Salads.
Yes.
Not me.
Michael's
Michael's
daughter is selling candy bars. Well, actually, Michael's daughter's dad is selling candy bars.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Is that true?
That is true.
That's true. You're not obligated. You're not obligated to buy anything.
I'm
but
just
if you want
making a
to.
joke.
Oh, that wasn't a good joke.
All right, so it sounds like you don't have any questions, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna just start reviewing. And this is not a perfect guess. It is a perfect guess, but go ahead.
Sub-agent, can you tell me what, I mean, I know it's like firm the agent and the.
Hang on, we'll get to that tonight in my review, how's that? Yes,
Did you already give me from?
yeah, we did. Next. Go ahead.
It's question.
Question 10.
No, it's not. It says, what will be the amount of tax payable where the property's assessed value is $135,000 and the tax rate is 40 years in a community in which an equalization factor of 110%?
Okay, so you take the assessed value and then you multiply by 110%. Then you divide it by 1,000. Multiply by 40. See now, when all that means is they're using a number to make an adjustment to this assessed value without going into the details. Just a lazy way of raising money.
Okay, thank you.
Now, let me just say, what she just asked me a question, right? You need to know the process. The process that I just went through, I don't even need to know the numbers. That's the process every time. It's got an equalization factor, or it might have another word for it that says that they're gonna want you to change the assessed value by a percentage up, or it might be say 50% of the assessed value. I couldn't say it that way. So the very first thing you have to do is make the adjustment to the assessed value, and then if it's a ad valorem tax or North Carolina tax, you divide by 100. If it's, mill rate, you divide by 1,000, then you multiply by the rate. So that when you see one of those on the test, that's what you should be able to do. Don't get focused on the numbers, focus on the process. And
Can you
that's
repeat
what
your
goes
question
back to
for
being
us?
able to take information and apply it. Don't just memorize stuff. Because if you don't understand what I just said, then you're just memorizing a formula or whatever, and you can easily get lost. You need to understand what's going on. All right, this is not perfect, and these are, if they're not out there, I will put them out there, but I need to redo this one right here, because I've added some stuff today to the one that I've used previously. Like I said, I haven't checked to see, I haven't been able to get on to, Con Ed Moodle and make any changes, like a little problem. I've tried a couple days in a row, and I can't get into the question banks. But I'll make sure this is on there. If it's on there right now, I've added some stuff to it, and I'll put the new one out there. Basically, what I did was, I went to the outline that the Real Estate Commission gives for this class. It does not mimic the book exactly in the order. It does go through all the topics in the order the Real Estate Commission has them, and says, this is a level 1, this is a level 2, this is a level 3. And so what I did was, I started pulling off level 3 stuff and taking my slides from level 3 stuff and just putting them on this condensed slide thing. Okay. And then I put some level 2 stuff in there as well. People always ask, how would you study for the test? That's how I would study for the test. You need to know level 3 stuff. So I would make sure I know all the level 3 stuff, and then I would go back and spend time on the level 2 stuff. And you can get that from the outline on the book, or you can get it from the Real Estate Commission on their outline. And if I had any time left, which I probably wouldn't, I might think about level 1 stuff. You just have to be familiar with level 1 stuff. You have to know level 3 stuff. And all the math is level 3.
I had already put my stuff away when you talked at the very end of class about the important units. Can you repeat that again, please?
7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 17.
Wait, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9, 10.
13, 14, 15, 17, and whatever the fair housing chapter is.
20.
19, 19 and 21. Yeah. But I mean, I didn't say 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, or 6.
And how do you know what's level 3? I mean, why, I can't pay to go on that website.
I didn't say anything about a website.
Oh.
Go to the Real Estate Commission outline, which is on Moodle, or you can go straight to the Real Estate Commission, to their website, which is free. And you can download the syllabus, that's the outline, the syllabus for this class. Or you can go to Moodle and you can download all the unit outlines, and they have it on there as well. 2 easy ways of finding out what's level 1, 2, and 3. All right. So online people, just while I'm thinking about it, Wendy did confirm that you will get an email from her with the sheet of paper. It's 8.5 by 11. The top half will be where you're going to put your name on a badge type of thing, and the bottom half is your parking pass for that day. And you'll cut it in half. You'll leave the parking pass in the windshield, on the dash of your car. Excuse me. Dash of your car. You'll bring the other sheet inside, and you will have to have your driver's license, picture ID, or something that's a state issued, whatever government issued ID with a picture. All of you in-person people can use your badge, right? That's good enough for you. If you don't have your badge, then you're going to bring your driver's license or another, picture, government issued ID. Just because I did ask Wendy after we had class if that's what she was going to do, and she confirmed that. All right, so let's review.
Jim? Jim? Hello?
Class-wise, later, but I'm thinking about whether I actually put those slides out there or not. I think I did.
Jim?
All right, here we go. So North Carolina 10th edition review. It's actually should say 10th edition updated review. I did not use this in the last class because we didn't have time, but the class before I did. So none of you have seen this before this way. You've seen all these slides. They're not new slides, but just in this condensed format you've not seen before. These are some additional resources we've already talked about. Learn, Test, Pass, and the Real Estate Exams Scholar. But you have access to every minute of class on video. So if you want to go through those as well, you have a topic. If you go to those videos, the description, not the title, but the description tells you what we covered in that class. You know, Unit 7, or, you know, like we did, the last video is already up, and it said, what do we do? What do we finish on? Review we did. Appendix A, finish that, or whatever we did, I forgot. It says that on there. Okay. So I mean, you can kind of narrow it down. At least you look at the video and see which subjects are on those videos, or what units are on those videos. Are out there for you. All right, so you can download this book. You will need this. Don't do the tiny URL. I'm not using that anymore. In fact, it won't work anymore. It's too old for it. I have to redo it. This is the Real Estate Licensing in North Carolina book. That's what RELINK is abbreviated from. Again, that's available on Moodle, and it's also available on the Real Estate Commission website. And it's got all the things you need to know on how to apply for your license and things like that that you need to study for. And it's also got a study guide for Appendix A in the back of it. So all these resources are out there for you. So again, the tiny URL doesn't work, but it is on Moodle. All right, so let's talk about Unit 2 for just a moment. What do you need to know from Unit 2? The total circumstance test you need to know. It is level 3. It is level 3. And you remember what the total circumstance test has to do with? Fixtures. What is a fixture? Right? And we use these 4 things, these 4 tests, for us to determine whether it's a fixture or not. What was the intent of the annexor? The relationship of the parties. If it's in a relationship with the party, if it's a tenant that attached it, it's more likely personal. And if it's the owner of the property, it's more likely going to be a fixture for the same item, like a ceiling fan. We use that example. So what is the relationship of the party who attached it to the property? How is it attached? Can it be removed without causing damage? And did you actually have to adapt the real estate to make it work? Like cut a hole in the wall and stick it in. Right? So those are the total circumstance tests. You need to know that for level 3. Any questions about the total circumstance test and how to apply it? Because they could give you a scenario and you have to use this to come up with whether you think it's a fixture or not.
What's the annexer?
The annexor is the person who attaches it. Technically, it's the person who annexes it. They're annexing. It's the annexor. OR is the person who does it.
So you'll see on the test, like they'll give you like a scenario.
They could.
And you have to use IRMA to figure out.
Could be. I'm not saying that there's actually a on that, but
Right.
yeah. Again, if all you do is just memorize stuff, you won't pass. It's not good enough just to memorize stuff. Because all this level 3 stuff is understanding it and being able to apply it to common everyday circumstances. That's why there are some 1-sentence questions, but there are a lot of them that are a paragraph, and you have to apply. Again, that's what level 3 stuff is. So just be familiar with how do you determine whether something's a fixture or not, and that was just the picture I showed on that. Right now, has the property been favored to? Okay, so if it's not a fixture, then it's what? Personal property. What is the definition of personal property? Anything that's not real property. That's that one. I mixed that up, but that's still true. But a fixed personal property can become real estate by attaching it, or real property, real estate by attaching it. And it's just, again, a ceiling fan at Lowe's is personal property while it's in your car, while it's sitting in the box in your house. When you finally listen to the person who's in charge and you put it up like they asked you to, then it becomes a fixture. Now we have some special classification, or we have fixtures. We have the fixture classification, and we have 2 special classifications in North Carolina, the trade fixture and the agricultural fixture. So be familiar with those as well. Remember, a trade fixture is where someone who is usually leasing a property and they're using it for a business, and then they attach things that they need for their business to the property. Generally, you would consider that a fixture. So it's still called a fixture, but because it's a trade fixture, that means as long as the person removes it from the property by the end of the lease, then they can remove it and take it with them. And remember, when we were talking about leases, that's that type of lease that you have a beginning date and an ending date, you know when it ends, and it doesn't automatically renew, it cannot automatically renew. You know when the lease is over, you gotta get out. So there's no ambiguity of when you have to have all this stuff out. It's not like, oh, I thought it was gonna renew for another month. No, the lease is over at this moment. That's what's typical of commercial leases. Personal property owned by the tenant, attached by the rented real property for the tenant's use during the lease. That's the trade fixture. If it's not removed by the end of the lease, a cession goes to the landlord. And then we have the agricultural fixture that's placed on a piece of property that's leased by a farmer, a tenant farmer. And so once that item is attached to the property, it automatically becomes the property of the owner of the property. It's not like a trade fixture. It's actually kind of the opposite of a trade fixture in that regard. So once you put that type of item on the property, then it's the ownership, becomes the ownership of the person who owns the property. But you know that when you're doing that you're not taking the tobacco barn with you, you're leaving it. Of course, if you knew how valuable they were today, you might would have taken it, right? Okay. So, just says here, to avoid confusion about which items are intended to be included in sales, fixtures should be clarified when the property, I don't know what's going on. When the property is listed and in the sales agreement, make sure that everyone understands what's staying and what's not staying. They actually made, this is not a test question, they actually made a change to the offer to purchase and contract this past year that says mirrors, mirror on the wall. Generally, we would say if a mirror is hanging on the wall, then it would be what? I mean, just hanging by a nail, wire. That would be personal property, right? Well, what started happening is people were putting really big fancy mirrors in bathrooms, and they were hanging them that way in the bathroom. And so they would move out and they would take that mirror with them. Then people would move in and there would be no mirrors in the bathroom. So because the assumption is that almost every bathroom is going to have a mirror, we actually changed the contract that says if the mirror is in the bathroom or if it's attached to a door, it is considered a fixture, no matter how it's attached. Because there's so much controversy over them. Because those big mirrors, like that, can be really expensive. And so just because there was some ambiguity, the people didn't write it down, they just assumed it was going to be there because it was in the bathroom. It wasn't. So now all bathroom mirrors, no matter how they're attached, are considered fixtures. That's not a test question. I'm just saying that's how specific you have to be. Because by the letter of the law, if it's hanging on a nail, we wouldn't have thought it was. And that's what people were saying. Well, the contract says, that's what a fixture is. It's not permanently attached. So just know, you want to be very specific when you're doing these contracts, if there's something like that, so you will know whether it is or is not staying. All right. Any questions about fixtures? All right, another subject from Unit 2 is common interest of ownership. It says here, this comes straight from the document that commonly missed topics on the real estate exam. That's out there on Moodle as well, under the final exam. 55% of candidates do not know how common areas are owned in hybrid ownership. So what is a hybrid ownership? A condominium complex is a hybrid ownership. You own the airspace inside your unit, but you also own parts of the building, collectively with everybody else. And so that's what they're saying here. They don't understand that how common areas are owned. So how are common areas owned in those situations? You own your airspace, but you don't own the building by yourself. You don't own the parking lot by yourself. You don't own the clubhouse by yourself. How do you own all those things? Tenants in common with all the other property owners. Make sense? You know what that means? There's probably a test question that asks that kind of scenario, and 55% of the people get it wrong. So can I give you what's on the test? No, but can I tell you what topics that people miss? Yeah, because they give it to me to use.
Aren't there specific areas like they identify that are like, I don't know, what's one of those?
Clubhouse.
questions? That is,
So how is that owned? And it's in common with all the other condominium owners. So they could ask you, yeah, about a clubhouse. They could ask you about a pool. They could ask you about the parking lot. They could ask you about the actual building itself.
how about one that I might put on there that's not one?
I don't know. I don't have the test memorized. In fact, I don't even, this right here comes from the real estate exam, not from our exam. So I don't even know the questions on the real estate exam. I've never seen the questions. I guess that started true 20 years ago, 22 years ago when I took the test, I might have seen it. But since then, I have not seen it. So I can't answer your question now because I don't know the answer. All right, so here it is. Common condominiums and townhouses. The townhouses are similar. They may actually own the land, right? But there are common areas. Again, they could have a clubhouse. They have parking lots. You probably don't own the parking lot space that you use, even though it might be assigned to you. But you own a part of the parking lot. Tenants in common with all the other people. So that's what we're talking about here. Limited common elements, assigned parking spaces and storage areas and that kind of stuff. So just know that there are obviously questions about types of ownership. And so that leads us to what? Tenants in common, joint tenancy with rights of survivorship, tenancy by the entirety, and sole ownership, severalty ownership. You need to know all four of those. Severalty is sole, single owner. That's not a joint ownership. That's a single ownership. The other three are joint ownerships. Any number of people, but at least more than one. At least two or more. So you need to understand those as well. All right, any questions about that? All right, from unit 3, we have encumbrances. That's the title of this unit. So here we actually get into this situation. The property ownership and interest encumbrances. Okay, so about 60% of the candidates do not understand encumbrances and their effect on ownership. So what is an encumbrance? Could be a lien. That lien is a type of encumbrance. Easements, that's an encumbrance. Encroachment, that would be an encumbrance. What's that? Anything that affects that affects ownership rights on the property. And we talked about private and public, right? So 60% of the people don't understand encumbrances. All liens are an encumbrance, but not all encumbrances are liens. Because there's several different types of encumbrances. Lien is just one of them. So every lien is an encumbrance. Every deed restriction is an encumbrance. Every restrictive covenant is an encumbrance. But not all encumbrances are restrictive covenants. It could be something else. So just know the encumbrance is the broad topic, and all these others fall underneath it. Property taxation. Half of the candidates do not understand ad valorem property tax. You just asked a question about that. This is a level 3. Any math is a level 3. Right? And this is one of the things that you need to know how to do, right? That property taxation. Things like, that's out of order. But anyway, let's go back to this. It's a claim, charge, and liability attaches to liens, deed restrictions, lease pendants, easements, and encroachments. Right. But I was thinking, that slide is out of order right there. We'll come back to that thought. Well, it's not out of order. That's that. We'll go to that. We'll come back to this because I got the chart up there. So we're going to go into more detail. All right. So those are the different types of encumbrances. Then we talk about liens specifically. There are 2 types of liens. There are specific liens and general liens. Remember, specific liens affect specific parcels of land. Not every piece of land that I own, a specific parcel of land. I borrow money to buy a property, that lien is on that property, not any other properties. Now, I might have liens on those other properties, but that lien is specific to a specific parcel of land. Voluntary, a mortgage, I did that to myself. Involuntary, real property taxes. And mechanics liens are on specific parcels of land. That's what makes that lien a specific lien. But there are other liens, general liens, that could affect a parcel of land, but it's not specific to that parcel. It could be any parcel of land that I own. I have a judgment against me, involuntary. I have a judgment against me. I owe property tax, I owe state income tax, federal income taxes, any of those kind of things. My name goes on a list. When I sell any kind of real property where there's value and I'm getting money in exchange for it, they're going to see if my name's on the list. So it affects every parcel of property that I own. That's why we call it general. So liens fall into two categories. And liens are encumbrances, but they're not the only type of encumbrance, right? That's what we just said. These are the most common ones of those. Any questions before we move on about liens? General and specific. All right. Now, this is where I thought we were going after the slide, and that is taxation. In North Carolina, we have ad valorem taxes. Ad valorem means at value. So every 8 years, it's required in state statute that counties do a reassessment of the value of the properties in their county. Now, we usually do it a little more often than that. A lot of counties do it every 4 years. Pitt County does it every 4 years. Next year is a reevaluation year. But every piece of property in North Carolina is subject to property tax, except there are a few exceptions, right? Nonprofit, government-owned properties. Is that? Yeah, nonprofit like the church. Right? Schools, government-owned property. They're not subject to taxation, but every other one is. Everybody pays county taxes if they're subject to taxation. They pay county taxes. And if the property is in a municipality, a city, town, whatever, then they also pay taxes for that municipality. And so everybody pays county, and if you're in that city, then you add the city taxes on top of it. But we're doing this taxation at value. Now, you could see some problems that are not North Carolina specific, which was the question that you asked initially, which would not be a North Carolina type question. That would be more of a universal, national type of question where they're doing a mill rate, right? And it's maybe other states don't require the county to do a reassessment every 8 years. So instead of doing a reassessment, they do a factor, equalization factor to make that adjustment. Now, when we do a reevaluation, that's what we're doing. So that's why they might show up that way. In North Carolina, they have to do it every 8 years. There is a taxation timetable. I'm going to show it to you again in just a moment. Remember that all property taxes are liens. They're all liens. They are statutory liens. I think I have it on. I'm pretty sure I have the chart up there. So I'm just going to hold off on my little diatribe about that. But property tax liens. They become a lien January 1st, but they're not recorded. They're only recorded if they're delinquent the next year, which is they're due on the 5th, they're late on the 6th. So that's where the 5th and 6th come in. The last day you can pay them and not be late is the 5th. You wait till the 6th, then they're delinquent, and then it can become a recorded lien. So property subject to taxation, I said all that. These are the exemptions: nonprofit, religious, educational charitable groups. The elderly and handicapped could have some, and it's agriculture, horticultural, and forest lands also could have some exemptions, either full or partial. Right? Some properties with energy efficient heating as well. So these assessments, I've already said all that. I just said it without even looking. I said all that. All right, here becomes what I also said, right? January 1st, due September 1st. The last day to pay is the 5th. It's delinquent if it's not paid by the 6th. When it becomes delinquent, then it's recorded. Taxes are paid in arrears, and we have the octennial.
So when they do the reappraisal, like in December, that means your property
They're
taxes,
not gonna do it in December.
they're gonna go up. They do their reassessment.
Well, it's not a test question, but no, they're not supposed to.
They're not supposed to?
Again, not a test question, but when they do a reevaluation, they're not supposed to generate income. It's supposed to be income neutral. You know what that means? Technically, when they raise, if the county gets more money because they've raised everybody's taxes, they're supposed to reduce the tax rate to make it zero. That they're not getting any more money. But now they have used the actual value for the appraisal. Yeah, revenue, what did I say? Revenue neutral. But now, obviously, whether you do a reappraisal or not, if the county or the city needs more money, they're gonna raise the tax rate. But that's not the purpose of the reevaluation. The purpose is not to generate more money. It's to have it more accurate. But you know, when they make that reevaluation, it's easy to raise the taxes and people don't realize it because they lowered them and then they set the new rate, which probably is generating more income. That's why people think when you do a reevaluation, you're generating more income. Again, that's not on the test.
You actually probably right.
That's true. So they're not the same. Are they related? Yeah, they're related, but they're not the same. So they're supposed to be revenue neutral when they do the reevaluation. But if the county or city needs more money, then they're going to raise the tax rate, which is what they do all the time anyway. Anyway, so here's that timetable, right? And I always go back to right here. Tax lien for current years on January 1st. So on January 1st, you have a tax lien on your property, but it's not recorded. We don't even know how much it's going to be, but there's a tax lien. We don't find out how much it's going to be until after they do the budgets in June. They have to have it done by June. Then they turn it over to the tax assessor so they do the budget and they say, oh, we're going to have to raise taxes to generate additional income. And then they send it over to the tax assessor. They do all that. And then they send it to the tax collector, another one responsible for collecting the taxes. Tax collector sends out the notice August 1st. It's due September 1st. You have until the 5th of January to pay it. And if you don't on the 6th of the following year, then you are delinquent and it would be a recorded lien at some point after that. So you need to understand that timetable. Any questions about that? And we just went through 4 units like, boom. This does not mean the other stuff in those units are not important. I'm just hitting the high points, the things that people miss all the time. Now, I will tell you, there's not a lot of stuff from Unit 1 and 2. So don't spend a lot of time studying 1 and 2, except for what I talked about in Unit 2. Okay? I want you to be efficient. Transfer of title to real property. Deeds. Over 60% of the candidates do not understand the purpose. So what is the purpose of a deed? To transfer the ownership. Now, does it show that you own it? Yes, right? But it's not the title. It's just the instrument that we use to transfer the ownership from one person to the other. And since we don't have a paper title or a physical title, then we do go back to the deed to find out the previous owner and who they transferred their ownership to. So that's the purpose of the deed. And there are a lot of different types of deeds. We have to know the essential elements of those deeds and when to use various types of deeds, which I mentioned just a second ago, and the importance of recording. And 60% of the people don't understand that. Why is it important to record?
You have proof?
Proof. That's right. Recording always. Why do we record documents? Because what law? Nope. The Connor Act. The statute of fraud says it has to be in writing. Good, that's okay. That's why I was waiting for you guys to figure this out. The Connor Act is what says it needs to be recorded, and it says the reason you record it is to have protection against third-party claims, or they say they own it. How do you prove that you own it? because this document is recorded, and if you don't record it, you have no proof. In fact, someone can record after, before you do, that bought it after you did, and who gets the ownership of the property? The person who recorded it. And the court's not going to undo it. They are very, very, very reluctant to undo recording of any kind of land transaction. Which means your only recourse is to sue for fraud, but you won't get the ownership of the property. So you need to record to prove that you have ownership. We're gonna get more details in just a second. Title insurance. Why do we have title insurance? That's right. It's an insurance about things that might have happened in the past that we weren't aware of, and it's an insurance to protect you. And who requires you to have this title insurance? The bank. Why? Because they want to protect their asset. And sometimes the title insurance that the bank gets, well, every time the title insurance the bank gets is only for the amount of value that they loan to you, which the property may be worth more than that. So that's why sometimes there's two title insurance policies. Sometimes we just talk about title insurance. We don't worry about whether it's buyer or lender policy. But sometimes you'll see the two policies show up, even on the CD that we did just the other night. It had both of them listed there. That's fine. Don't get all weirded out about it. Weirded out. Oh, which reminds me, made me think about it. Pitt Community College, there's more than one, right? There's several or just one? Three different times they are doing seminars free to any Pitt Community College student who has anxiety on tests, taking tests. That's everybody, right? But anyway, it's some seminars to help you, give you some techniques to deal with your anxiety when you take a test. One of your fellow students is going to take one of those. That's when she sent it to me, and I said I'd let you know. So if you want to know about that, we can put it out there. All right. So some of you, it would be beneficial because you walk in and it looks like Halloween night, but it's not Halloween. You got that fear on your face. It's like, take me to your leader. You've been studying for nonstop. All right. So back to title insurance. I mean, typically there are two title insurance policies, one for the owner, buyer, and one for the lender. But frequently we just lump them together and we don't talk about the differences, but there typically are two different ones. But it's there to actually protect the lender. That's what it's there for. So let's look at these. Title is the right to and the evidence of ownership of land. It represents the bundle of legal rights that the owner possesses. The bundle of legal rights, I think, is a level 1. The actual list of the rights. So don't focus on memorizing that list necessarily, but you need to understand that there are rights that generally come with the ownership of land, and any one of them could be severed if someone pays you enough money, like a lease, right? So anyway, the bundle of legal rights typically go with the sale and purchase of a property. It denotes how or if a person can retain or recover ownership or possession of a parcel. Transfer may be voluntary or involuntary. We focused on the voluntary, but there are some involuntary ones as well. By voluntary alienation, that's by deed, by sale or gift. That's the most common way that ownership is transferred, right? I want to sell my property, you'll give me money. We agree, we come to an agreement, and then we transfer the money and the title. Okay? That's voluntary. That's the best way. But there's some involuntary ways as well. So what are the essential elements of a deed? The statute of frauds says a deed and a bunch of other documents have to be in writing to be enforceable. There it is. An oral deed is legal, but it can't be enforced. And if you have a document in writing and you don't record it, it's as though it might as well be oral because it didn't do you any good. But it's in writing so it can be recorded as well. The legal capacity of the grantor. The person that's transferring the ownership has to have the legal capacity to do that. Right? One of the requirements is what?
Age 18.
18 years of age. Right? A deed executed by a minor is voidable. It's not automatically void, but it's voidable. Deeds executed by persons while mentally impaired, those are voidable as well. And again, voidable means it's not automatic. You're going to have to go to court, and in court, you're going to have to be able to convince reasonable people that either one of those things took place, and it was like with the minor that they were taking advantage of. In this case, they were mentally impaired. And what are types of mental impairments? What's that? Dementia? Yep.
Drunkenness.
Drunkenness, drugs, maybe a medical condition where you got hit on top of the head.
Alzheimer's.
Dementia is mentioned. But I mean, sometimes you can, anyway, they're both mental diseases. All right. A deed executed by a person judged legally incompetent is void. That means they've already went through the legal process and the court has determined that they don't have the mental capacity to make a decision on their own. So that's automatic. If they do something, it doesn't even have to go to court. It's void, not valid. All right. So the legal capacity. You have to be sane and sober. A grantor and a grantee have to be identified. So the grantor is the current owner. The grantee is who they're transferring it to. And we want specific names. This goes along with contracts as well. On a contract, you want the actual legal name of the person. At least the first, if they have a middle name, at least the middle initial, and their last name. So we want their legal names of the grantor and the grantees. They have to be a natural living person or an artificial person like a corporation, which means you're either an entity or you're a real person. A dog and a cat are not real people. Now, I know we love them like they're real people. We might love them more than real people. But they cannot own real property in North Carolina. Deeds to a dead or fictitious grantee is automatically void. You have to have adequate words of conveyance. In other words, you don't have to have these fancy words as long as a common, normal person can understand what you're trying to do by the words that you use. That's all that's necessary. We don't have to use the word convey, for example. Accurate legal description of the property. I mean, how do we know what you're buying if we don't have a legal description of the property? And an address is not a legal description. It's not a legal description. And we talked about the different ways we do legal descriptions, right? Meets and bounds, reference to recorded plat, lot block. In other parts of the United States, they use rectangular survey, right? So you need to be familiar with all of those, especially the ones that are North Carolina specific. So meets and bounds, reference to a recorded plat or deed, or a reference to a lot and block, which is reference to a recorded plat. Anyway, legal description. And it has to be signed by the grantors. It does not have to be signed by the grantees, unless it's going to be recorded. But that's not an essential element of a valid deed. All grantors named in the deed must sign. If a grantor is married, the spouse must sign even though they're not named on the deed, because they have spousal rights that they have to be willing to give up.
So what you're saying here, you can have a valid deed, but it's not enforceable if it hasn't been signed by the grantees. So it's not, so does that mean?
Well, it only has to be signed by the grantors to be a valid legal deed. But if you're going to record it, then the grantees are going to have to sign it. Because the grantees are going to sign it to acknowledge that they're willingly accepting it.
Okay, so where you reported it has to be signed.
Yes. Yeah. But not to make it a valid
But
deed.
it's valid.
To be able to record it, they have to sign it. So just so you know, this is what makes it a legal deed. The signing by the grantee doesn't make it a legal deed. There's already one with the grantor sign. But to record it, they're going to have to sign it. And when they sign it, when the grantees sign it, they're acknowledging their willingness to accept, because that has to be voluntarily accepted. You cannot force someone to take ownership of a parcel of land if they don't want it. But there are crazy things. I mean, I talked with one of my real estate attorney friends today. We're actually talking about my dad's estate, but he was supposed to call me at 3 o'clock and he didn't call me at 3. And about 3:15 or so, he called me. He said, "Man, Jim, I just got out of a hearing where they were dividing property up because someone died without a will, right? So you have to have a hearing to divide up the property. Because that's the easiest way to divide property, is to sell it, right? Anyway, so they had sold the property and they were trying to divide the proceeds up. And one of the persons who was supposed to get about half, like almost $700,000, wouldn't respond to the court. Over and over again, they wouldn't respond to the court. And finally today, at this hearing, which should have taken, he said 20 minutes, took an hour and 20 minutes because that person finally showed up. And they were livid because they were not going to accept the money. And that they couldn't force them to accept the money. I said to Stephen, "Hey, I'll take it. Just give it to me." He said, "Yeah, I'd take it too." I said, "You don't even have to ask me. You can put my name down anytime because you know what? If she hadn't accepted it, you know where it was going to go? It was going to mischief to the state." And I'm thinking, there are crazy people out there. Somebody wants to give you $700,000. You must hate this person. He said, "Actually, she hated it." Well, then just let the state have the money then. Or take it and give it to a charity. So there are crazy people out there. But man, if you want to give me $700,000, just tell me where to go. You know, you can tell me some bad place to go and I'll still get it. I mean, so there are crazy people out there. All she had to do is accept the check and everything was fine. But it got so testy, they had to call the sheriff in and calm her down. So there are crazy people out there. I mean,
what relation is to acquisition?
I'm
just trying to get a
I don't know.
point of view.
Well,
here.
obviously she was somewhere one of the heirs because he died without a will and they were dividing the property up, the real property up and giving out checks.
She didn't want property, want to sell the property.
Well,
And it was big made to sell by torch.
well, that may be true, but that's not what he actually said. That's not the impression I got. He said that I said, she must have hated that guy, that person. He said, that's kind of the gist of it.
Oh, the person had the person.
The person who was giving the money hated the person who was giving the died.
Yeah.
I get, but that's crazy. Some people just can't make that happen. How much would you give?
Anyway.
Yeah.
In this situation, it might sound like a crazy question, but whose responsibility would it be to go and be recorded? Now, grantees,
Well, the real person that wants it recorded is the grantee. But the grantor wants it recorded too. Why would the grantor want it recorded? They won't be held liable for taxes. They won't be held liable if someone gets hurt on the property. Because if it's still in their name, even though they gave a deed to somebody else, they want it to clear the system so that they're no longer an owner of the property, right? But it's really more important that the grantee gets it recorded because they don't have any protection. I actually was involved in a transaction. It was a cash transaction. I represented the seller of the property. He sold the property to the buyer who had paid cash. The buyer did not want an attorney involved. Well, the grantor got an attorney to prepare all his documents. So we close on the property, the grantee, the buyer's given the deed. 6 months later, it's still not recorded. So, I mean, I just felt, I was really concerned about my grantor. We talked about it. I said, I'm going to call the grantee and just say, you probably want to go ahead and record that deed because if you don't record it, you don't have any protection. If someone else comes and records a deed, fraudulently records a deed, they're going to own it. We were he finally went and recorded it. And that's crazy. Now, if it's done with an attorney, that's not what's going to happen. The attorney's going to record the deed. Because that's actually, according to the offer, purchase, and contract, that is when we know that the property has closed. And we don't get paid until it closes. So we want the deed, everybody wants the deed recorded. Everybody, but this was a cash transaction. So we went ahead and got paid because the seller made sure I got paid because he had, he was the one who got the money. But typically when there's an attorney involved, the attorney's not gonna give anybody any money until the deed's recorded. That was one time I got paid before the deed was recorded. That's a very unique situation, but it goes back to what you kind of were asking, who's gonna do this? Typically, the attorney's gonna do it, but the one who really wants it recorded is the grantee, and if there's a lender involved, the lender's not gonna give the grantee the money until it's recorded. But again, my scenario was it was cash, so there wasn't a lender forcing stuff to happen like we typically do. He didn't even have an attorney representing him, which is the person who typically would do the recording of the deed and all that. The deed has to be delivered, and there it is, voluntarily accepted, and signing by the grantee is indication, proof that they voluntarily accepted it. Recording of the deed recognizes the acceptance, but again, you can't record it until it's signed. There it is, the grantee's signature would prove acceptance. And that's why the Register of Deeds wants to see the signatures of the grantee on there, so that they know, hey, they're good with this. You don't have to have a witness. You don't have to have a date on the deed. You do not have to state the amount of consideration and how much money was paid for the property. You do not have to have it notarized. The signatures notarized. Unless you want it recorded, and then the signatures have to be notarized. You don't even have to record. We've already talked about that. But acknowledgement is necessary. That's the notary. Before the deed can be recorded, and they're going to notarize all the signatures. Recording the deed is necessary to protect the grantee's right in the property or per the Connor Act. And now Carolina Association of Realtors Standard Offer to Purchase and Contract defines closing as the recording of the deed, which I said just a minute. Right? Any questions about that? We have essential elements and non-essential elements. Now, a lot of the non-essential elements happen because they kind of have to happen, but we're talking about the essential elements to make it a legal deed. You don't even have to have a seal. But if you don't have a seal, the statute of limitations is 3 years. But if you put a seal on your name, then it goes to 10 years. And it doesn't actually have to be a seal. It can be just the name seal underneath. So we talked about deeds of different types. The one you really want to know is the general warranty deed. It's the best deed you can get in North Carolina. Then we have a special warranty deed. That's usually there just to fix problems. Excuse me, that's the quick claim deed. The special warranty deed says I'm not warrantying anything other than the time I actually own the property. I haven't encumbered it, but I'm not making any more promises. That's usually used by a bank in a foreclosure situation. The quitclaim deed is the one that doesn't warrant anything. It's just there to fix problems on, like a name that's misspelled, or maybe there's a problem caught on the title, where someone might be able to make a claim, and so you get them to sign a quitclaim deed saying that, hey, any ownership that I might have, I don't know if I have any, but any ownership I have, I'm giving up. That's a quitclaim. So you need to know those three. Let's talk more details about the general warranty deed. We have several covenants or promises that are made with a quitclaim with a general warranty deed. The covenant of ceasing. Ceasing says I have the right, I own the property, I have the right to transfer the ownership of the property. That's ceasing, right? And you're making a promise that I have that right. That they are the legal owner and they have the right to convey the title. The actual transfer of the title is what we call delivery of ceasing. Ceasing was that one word on that big long thing I was talking about, lords and how, title of properties, and ceasing was that one. That's that word right there. The covenant of ceasing. I have ownership. I have the right to transfer the ownership if I choose. And so I'm making that promise to you that no one has a superior title than mine. I'm also making a promise against any encumbrances. Now remember, what it actually says against encumbrances. It doesn't say, I'm not promising you that there are no encumbrances. What I'm promising you is that there are no significant encumbrances that you don't know about that would cause you not to want to purchase the property. Because what would be an encumbrance that you would accept when you bought a property? Easement. Restrictive covenants. You would accept those because you're not buying the property if you don't, but they're common. They're not really gonna injure, they actually help you. Both of those have the purpose of helping you. I mean, if you have a utility easement, that means you got utilities at your house. I guess you could buy a land that has no utilities. If you want, yeah. If they're available, there are some out there available. So, you know, utility easements, drainage easements, those types of things, road easements. So that's a covenant against encumbrances. The covenant of quiet enjoyment says the grantor guarantees that the grantee's title will be good against any third-party claims. And if the title is inferior, the grantor is liable for the damages. Hopefully, when they bought the property, they got title insurance. When you buy the property, you're going to get title insurance. So now you got two title insurances probably that would be liable to pay. Just so you know, sometimes they piggyback these. So I get a title on the property when I purchase it, and then I sell it to Nathan. He gets the title insurance. So really, his title insurance is going to be cheaper because they're probably only going to insure it for the time that I own the property. Because I have an insurance policy before I owned it. Does that make sense? So they'll just, where mine starts or stops, which is when I own the property, they'll just entitle insurance part that doesn't have a policy. If that makes sense. So you can use an old title insurance policy to your benefit. If it's been a long time ago, they might just say forget it and then just get a title insurance for the whole thing. But anyway, you can actually piggyback title insurance policies. Because all we want to make sure is that if someone has a claim that we didn't know about, we've got insurance to cover it. So the covenant of quiet enjoyment. The covenant of further assurance that it's not just for today, it's forever. And that's what that says too. So those are the promises. The special warranty deed, I already said all this. I don't even know why I'm going over it. I said it when it came up. Warrants that the property was not encumbered by the grantor, and it's most common in foreclosures. Either by banks and owners. Quick claim deed doesn't warrant anything. Use primarily less than 3 simple title to cure defects. That's the most important thing right there. That's how you most often say use. It conveys only such interest, if any, that the grantor may have when the deed is delivered. All right. Now, let's stop right there for a second. No, let's stop there for about 10 minutes. How's that? All right, so let's take a break. It's 6:57, so come back at 6:09. 6:09, come back and we'll pick up where we left off. How about 7:09? 7:09. It's hard to go back in time, isn't it? If you came in late, you need to come see me. Several of you did.
Jim, can you hear me?
Sorry.
Jim?
Okay. Next. Okay. Wow, all you 601ers, you didn't come at 601.
6:15.
Are you feeling better?
Kinda.
Kinda.
I took the flu shot. That never goes well for me.
Do you think that's what part of it was?
Possibly because I had a sinus infection.
And then you took the flu shot.
Yeah, but I couldn't help it. I had a deadline at work.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was first, so I took it on the 31st.
Yeah. You waited till the last minute.
I did.
It's okay.
So that,
I get it.
I had a sinus infection the whole time, so they wouldn't let me.
Yeah.
So I went to that. And so I was screwed at that point.
So you sued the job saying that they endangered your health because of the deadline.
I wish I could.
And they wouldn't give you an extension.
Yeah, I wish I could.
Of course, you work for the government, don't you? Yeah.
That's the government.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a documentary called Silver Dollar Road?
No.
It's very
Is that the
interesting.
new movie that's out?
This is a documentary about land that was given to African American family right after the Civil War by General Tecumseh Sherman. And it was down in Beaufort, near Beaufort on Adams Creek. And they had like over 60 acres. And it was like they had a whole bunch of family members. And all of a sudden, one guy, I think it lived up in New York, tried to sell the property. And it was not a legal thing to do. 2 cousins spent 8 years in jail because they wouldn't move off the property when they were told to move. And it's just very interesting. I wonder how they got away with that. Because Didn't they do deeds back in those days?
What was that last comment?
Didn't they do deeds back in the, after the Civil War?
Yep.
I don't know how that guy got all that.
Maybe because they didn't report
You know, they were trying to sell it so that they could build $1 million mansions down on the waterfront.
it.
And this family were fishermen and trappers and just people that were trying to make a living.
I want to take a deep breath, I want to cough.
Asthma, do you?
What's that?
You have asthma?
I do have asthma, but, that doesn't usually bother me. I've got a neighbor, maybe that's what I need to do is,
Could have been that you've been, sick for, you got sick, then you got better, you got sick again. It's the kind of thing.
could be, I might take it, my inhaler when I come back. I do have it, but I rarely use it. Easy.
Funny. Is it nice to be in home? Yeah.
No, it's like.
Really? Service. Oh, you do? Oh, boy. There's a, where they put the Dollar General kind of bag. And there's that gas station. Yeah. They do that a lot out in beer grounds. You just had a lot. Really?
Bring my heads.
Okay.
That's a step right down.
So that's,
Well, I think
that's
it's-
their.
Yes.
And it's nice. I know, right? Did you just?
You just gotta get up there. You're gonna be there for so long. I didn't even have a. 87 hours.
I need to like, I might be color.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It was, I think,
I was so mad.
Saturday, we were on meeting about $80,000 and something.
Wow.
Got a line stretching right. Higher story
That's
than
the
that.
one.
I wasn't on register though, so we're all good. I was talking shit. No, no, no.
I mean, yours should be slick there.
It wasn't.
Oh, no.
All right, I know it's time to come back.
Off Riley's or kind of Riley's. Yeah.
I'm looking
I don't know, honestly.
for something here. So online people, one of you unmute and try to talk. I understand that I was not paying attention to you earlier. Someone say something?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you, Sherry. I just had it turned down again, too low.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. So, let's talk about, next week and times. Actually, yeah, next week. Times.
Next week,
Hang on a second. I'm trying to see if these slides are online. This one asked me. Okay, yes. All right, so these slides are out there, but I've added some additional slides, so I'm gonna take this one down and put a new one up. I mean, everything that's on that is correct. I just added some more slides. So if you want to wait until I repost it with the new slides I've added, then that's fine. So it will be out there. And let's see, Sherry sent me a couple other things. Let's see here if I got them all now. She said, okay, let's talk about the times. We haven't finished that. Okay, so if you look at your calendar, you don't have to have it, but if you have it, you can look at your calendar. So the month of November, which is what we're in right now, tonight is the 2nd. So we have, after tonight, we have 2 classes left. 2 classes left. Now, if you look at the calendar, before we had to make up a date, we definitely had class on November 7th already. And it says on the calendar, it's a 3-hour class, but I have 6 to 8. That's 2 hours. All right.
So 6 to 9. It does.
Did I give a new one out? Okay. Okay, I put a new one out. Mine still says 6 to 8. Some of you might have one that says 6 to 8, but it is supposed to be 6 to 9. But that's when we thought that was the last night before the final exam. That make sense? So now the actual last night before the final exam is November 9th. I don't have a preference whether we take the 3-hour class on the 7th or we take the 3-hour class on the 9th. I have no preference. But I thought we probably would just do it on the 9th since that was the last one before it. Either way, it's probably not going to hurt anyone because you have to be here 3 hours anyway. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. On the 7th, next Tuesday, we'll have a regular 4-hour class. And then on Thursday night, we'll only have 3 hours. That 3 hours with the 3-hour final that you're coming back for will finish out the 90 hours. Okay? All right. So plan on being here the entire night on the 7th, which is next Tuesday night. And then we do not have class on the 14th. It's highly unlikely, but it could happen that something happens when we miss a class next week. But we're getting, the odds are getting higher and higher that that's not going to happen. Right? But just know that's still out there, the 14th. But the final exam is going to be held on the 16th. And I mentioned that at the beginning of class. In this classroom, if we need to, some of us will go over to the other classroom. We're going to try to keep us all in this classroom. And we're discussing multiple versions of the test. We have multiple versions. So we'll probably all stay in here, but everyone won't have the exact same test. Don't worry, they're equal. They're all difficult. One's not easier than the other. Because I know that's what you guys are thinking, right? You want the easy one, right? They're both hard. The two that we're probably
Are
going
they
to.
the exact same difficulty though?
Yeah, I would say they are. We have several, but the ones we're probably going to use next week, they score about the same.
You have any idea about it?
All right, any questions about any of that stuff?
So, seating, we could say that the same seats are with.
First come, first serve. So if you want your seat, because you are, you like it, then you just need to get here early enough to get your seat. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And maybe they're not all fitting on this. How many do you have here tonight? 22, 23? Sherry?
I have 17.
Okay, so I count, they're all on one screen, okay. So there's 17 on the screen, right? That means those 17 people are gonna fill in right here. And I don't, we probably have enough seats, but we can't give all you the same test, because you're all sitting right next to each other.
You could.
We could, or I could just tell you that we're not giving you the same one, and you think, or that I'm saying you are getting the same one, but you're not getting the same one.
You just have one test to pass it off this test.
So I'm just gonna say it so many different ways, you don't know which way it is, so don't cheat on someone else's paper, because they might not have the same one you got.
Asking the same question.
Pencil in case you were raised for.
Sure, I would recommend a pencil, but if you want to use your blood, that's fine. The computer program that we use doesn't care as long as it can tell the difference between the white sheet and the mark you made. All right, yes, you can leave. Once you're finished, you can leave.
How will we get our scores, or how will we know?
That's the same question.
Someone's in person.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, they were asking the exact same question at the same time. So
We can't really hear there.
Great minds think alike. Generally, the next day, you will get the results in an email. You get 1 to 2 emails. You want the one that says, congratulations. If it starts off and it doesn't say congratulations, that might be a disappointing day.
They don't say congratulations, mind you read it.
They gonna do some words that say congratulations.
Anyway, so Wendy will tell us for certain, but those tests are quickly graded. All we got to do is scan them on a copy machine, upload the document, and almost instantly they're graded. And then she and I go back over them. She goes over them first, and then I go back over them. This is stuff I typically tell you on the night of the exam. If you score a 75 or better, I'm not looking at your test. If you miss it by 1 or 2 or 3 questions, then I'm going to go over your test and make sure that there are no mistakes. You know, that the computer didn't make a mistake.
So you don't post the grades?
No. How would we do that? I guess we could post the grades on Moodle. I don't know, but that's not how we do it.
Outside the classroom?
You get a personal email from Wendy, or maybe from her assistant. That's good. Yes.
It's not like when I figure on learn test pass, it's gonna be like a 72 on the state and 73.
That's what it is when you take the state exam.
Okay.
Ours is 75%. That is too complicated.
So it's 90 of the.
We can make it whatever we want. It used to be 80%. We could say the pass rate's 80%.
So 90 of the 120 questions.
Not 120. Yeah. Let me say one more thing about this test, and we're going to move on, because the test is not on the test. Okay, I'm kind of leaving. It's pretty good statement, right? Our test is only 112 questions. It's not the state exam. The state exam up until March of next year is 120 questions. So our test and their test are, they're not even related. Ours is 112 questions. State's actually 126 or 7 questions because they're testing test questions. So 6 or 7 of the questions that you answered are just out there seeing if the question works or not. You don't know which ones are test questions or which questions they're testing. And no, on the real estate commission exam, if you get a test question, a question that's being tested right, it does not count for you. They just don't count either way, but they are monitoring that question to see how well people do. So ours is different than the state's. Ours came from the state, okay, but it's not the state. It's 112 questions. We just do 75% of 112, so whatever that is. 84. That's kind of a negative way of looking at it, though. This one's 3 hours.
You know how we, you have to review and everything before.
Go ahead.
Will our time start when we start taking the test?
No, it starts at 6 o'clock.
So you gotta review.
So I'm going to tell you stuff before 6 o'clock. And at 6 o'clock, I'm going to say you can start the test. So if you want to hear all my pep talk and all the other stuff I say ahead of time, then you need to get there a few minutes earlier. Now, in the past, we would just, because we didn't have to give you, 4 hours, we used part of the first part of the
Right.
class, the first 5 minutes, giving instructions.
You know, you think rationally, while taking our running to take the test, you should probably lower the percentage pass because you have.
What's the goal of this class? Not what is your goal, but what is the goal of the class?
For the state.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. And if we lowered it, like you said, we wouldn't be helping you with that.
Well, you could be, you not be able to take it.
We could just let all of you take the state exam,
Why don't you?
then we'd be out of business. That would happen one time and we'd be through. Because we have requirements. We have to have a certain percentage of people pass. I get graded. I get a report card, so does the school. So. All right. I tell you guys are just trying to put off the inevitable, right?
I have another question.
Okay. What is that? Oh, Rich, I'm waiting. Are you eating my candy bars?
No.
Why didn't I haven't tried my candy bars yet?
These I'm selling for $1.25.
See, I thought you would sell them at 75 and you just some of your costs, and that means the part you lost would be the part that you donated. That makes more sense, Reggie. I'm just saying. All right. So we were talking about, in the last slide, we were talking about the quitclaim deed, right? So now let's talk about some other things. Again, I'm skipping stuff. I know I'm not going over, it would take me 80 hours to go over the stuff again. All right. Highland Public Records, that's the recording part, right? So public records contain the detailed information about each parcel of real estate in a city or a county, and all those records are in the county where the property is located, not where the owner of the property is located. So if you want to know about a parcel in Craven County, you go to Craven County, to the Register of Deeds, and you look it up. Thankfully now, it's a little easier. We don't physically have to go. We can do a lot of that online. But when I first started selling real estate, we actually physically had to go to the courthouse, pull out the book. Well, we go to a list of people's names, find their name, find the book it was in, and the page number, and then we walk through the library of books down in the dungeon of the Register of Deeds office. Kind of felt like that was downstairs. You pull out the book, you'd open up, you find whatever you were looking for, and if you wanted a copy of it, you would take it to the person at the counter and say, I want a copy, and they'd say that's $1 a page or whatever. And you had to have it. You had to pay for it. You don't have to do that, but it's in the county where the property is located. That's the whole purpose. Oh, that's what I'm trying to say. Recording is the act of placing a document into public record. That says anybody who wants to know can know. It doesn't mean everybody knows, but they have the ability to know if they want to know. All right, so recording acts generally gives legal priority to those interests recorded first in time, first in right, first come, first serve. That's because we are a pure race state. To be eligible for recording, a document must be drawn and executed according to the recording acts of the state in which the real estate is located, which is what we were talking about earlier about essential elements of a deed and then the things that we do that are not essential, but we do them because we want to record them. And the reason why we do them because the Recording Act says you have to have these certain things to be able to record the document. Now, talking about notice, putting a document, or recording a document is putting notice out, right? So constructive notice, and that's what I said a moment ago, anyone who wants to know can know. So they've constructively been notified, not actually notified. Because if they were actually notified, they'd get a notice in the mail or whatever, and then they'd be being notified. But we say it's the legal presumption that information can be obtained by the individual through due diligence. And there's the actual notice, not only that the information is available, but that they actually have been given the information. They actually know it. Now, most of the time, actual notice now is not when it's recorded, it's when the neighbors see people moving in. That's kind of actual notice. Priority refers to the order when the document's recorded. So there are some documents that are public records that are not recorded. And we've talked about that one, right? Real estate taxes. Those are public records, even though they're not actually recorded. Because by statute, every property in North Carolina that's not exempt has a tax lien on it on January 1st. Good. Liens on specific parcels of real estate are not usually recorded until sometime after the date of the tax. We talked about that. Inheritance tax is not a part of this class, but inheritance taxes and franchise taxes are statutory liens as well. Right? They're placed against all real estate owned by a decedent at the time of death or by a corporation at the time the franchise tax becomes a lien. They are not recorded. Now, when a document is recorded, we start building a chain of title. Actually, every parcel, every piece of real estate in North Carolina has some title somewhere back in time. Now, it could have been in a single person's name for a long time. Of course, most people don't live very, they don't live hundreds of years. But actually, you have the person who owns it today. You pull up their deed and you see who sold it to them. Then you pull up their deed and you see who sold it to them. And you pull up their deed and you see who sold it to them. You go far enough back, and you should be able to go all the way back. It's going to somewhere say probably that the King of England gave it to someone. That's when it's started. All right, so that's kind of the idea. So what we want to have is an unbroken chain. That would be you be able to trace all the way back. A broken chain would mean there's a link missing. We can go back so far, and then we don't know how that person got title. But then we can go back a little farther and find out, oh, this person had it, but we don't have the link between that person and that person. So there's a break in the chain, and that causes a title problem.
Well, that's what title insurance is for.
Whoa. That is what title insurance is for.
Then why would there be a break in the chain?
Still a break of the chain, but I mean.
Yeah, the break in the chain is the break in the chain.
It's still a break.
Yeah. So, hang on a second. My computer got, and you just upset my computer. See, so, all right, here we go. This is where we were. All right. So, they shouldn't happen, right? But people make mistakes. So an attorney or a paralegal might have done a title search and this break in the chain. That's what title insurance is for. We thought we had a chain that was unbroken, but it was in fact broken. Or it's not broken, but someone says, you know what? That was my daddy. I should have part of ownership of that property when he died. All of a sudden. So those are the types of things that we're actually insuring. If the ownership cannot be traced to an unbroken chain, a gap in or cloud on the title is said to exist, and that's a problem that the seller is responsible for fixing. Because if they cannot get a clean title, they can't sell the property. That makes the title unmarketable. That's why we have title assurance, or we want to have title insurance. Real estate contracts usually require that the seller deliver a marketable title, which is what I just mentioned. So what is a marketable title? There are 5 ingredients to a marketable title. Number 1, it has to be free from any significant liens and encumbrances. I mentioned that earlier. Cannot disclose any serious defects in the title. Be free of doubtful questions of law or fact to prove its validity. And then convince a protect the purchase from hazard of litigation and convince a reasonably well-informed and prudent person. And I'm not sure if people have what existing. Anyway, a reasonably well-informed and prudent person that the property could be sold or mortgaged at a fair market value. So those are the 5 criteria of a marketable title. My guess is you're not going to have to list those 5, but you need to be familiar with me. So how do we know? We do an examination of the title. If someone goes to the Register of Deeds, or now they probably do it online, and they start searching back to make sure that they can go back. How far do they have to go back?
30 years.
30 years, that's right. We'll go here in just a second. Search begins with the present owner, traces back to the origin. If you do all of that, that's called an abstract of title. And that's every detail that's ever affected the title to the property. Not just the transfer of ownership, but every time you got a lien on the property and paid it off. You got a lien on the property and paid it off. That would be in this abstract of title. Now, the North Carolina Marketable Title Act says if there's no problems, there hasn't been any problems for the previous 30 years, that's as far back as you need to go. Because if they hadn't taken the time to do anything before then, they've lost their right to. I saw an article come up. I was sitting at dinner with my wife and my daughter, and it came up and it said that Mariah Carey was being sued by, I don't even know what the guy's name is, because she copied his song that he wrote back in, don't quote me on the dates here, but like 1984-ish. The song, no. What's her famous Christmas song? Yeah, All I Want for Christmas Is You. He wrote the song, recorded it, it was a hit. Then 4 or 5 years later, she recorded a very similar song. About 50% of the lyrics are the same, and not just the lyrics are the same, but the construction of the song, I mean, how it flows along, about the same. And so I'm thinking, so he wrote it in like 84, she recorded it, I'm just making these up, in 86. But it's about that time frame. And he waits until 2023 to sue her, saying that she copied his song. So what, was he sleeping the last 30 years?
Drugs and alcohol.
What? Maybe, I don't know, he sued her for $20 million. Why am I telling you the story? No, he didn't. He just filed suit. I'm thinking, so what have you done? I mean, after a certain period of time, don't you lose the right to sue on something like that? I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just thinking, at some point, there ought to be a statute of limitations on when you can sue somebody. I just keep asking myself, what was he doing these last 40 years?
How about all the women that came forward with sexual harassment?
Let's don't do that. This is benign. Let's don't get into that.
Same
My
concept.
point is, no. Stealing someone's song is not in the same category as sexually assaulting. However, the only reason I brought this up is even the court on titles say 30 years is plenty of time. And if you haven't done it in 30 years, you lost your right. What's that? Was that Reggie? That's awesome. You never know what you're gonna learn, right? All right. So a gap in the chain of title requires a suit to quiet the title. An abstract will include all the owners, encumbrances, and liens. I already said that. Certificate of title states the opinion by the attorney as to the quality of the title. You can be okay. You let it freeze in death.
Hey.
You want my jacket? You want my jacket? Sure, you can wear my jacket. But I've got to be careful. I got to tell my wife that someone else wore my jacket. You're going to have perfume on it. She's going to. And none of you will back me up, will you? She's saying she was 14. Here, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. You are welcome. See, I have proof because it's being recorded. I can just tell you, like, actually freezing. All right. So title insurance, we've already talked about. It insures the policyholder for things that might have taken place in the past, right? Because most insurance is insuring the future. You have car insurance. You're ensuring that if something happens in the future, you'll be protected. This does not protect you in the future. It goes backwards in time. It's based on the title search. There's different types of policies, which we mentioned. There is the owner's policy, and then there's the lender's policy. The cost of title insurance is paid by the buyer and appears as a debit to the buyer at closing disclosure. We did those on the CDs where you saw title insurance. So these are just a list. I'm not even going to go through them all. The different types of things that it would cover. The actual list is not really important. Unless you need it, right? But for test purposes. So what's the purpose of title recording? What's the purpose of title recording?
To protect you. So
To protect you from somebody else saying that they have ownership.
Right.
The contract says you have to record it to get that protection. There are documents that are required to be recorded, not just deeds, right? A lot of other documents are as well. We can record contracts, but we don't typically record contracts. with the exception of one, or, well, not Tesla. There's more than one. What are some exceptions? What kind of contracts do we report? Not the offered purchasing contract, not the listing agreement, not the buyer agency agreement, not the property management agreement. What other types of contracts would we report?
Since more than 3 years.
Leases more than 3 years in duration. Installment land contracts. Right? Options to purchase. Those are the three most common. I think we actually have a list of it when it's going to come. Those are the three most common types of contracts that we record. And it's what are they? Why are we? Why are we recording those three documents? Someone needs protection in each one of those three. That's why we record them. All right. We've already talked about that. Oh, there they were. Okay. Yes. Deeds, mortgages, purchase contracts, installment land contracts, assignments, options, leases of more than 3 years, easements, and restricted covenants. All of those documents need to be reported if you want to have protection and make them enforceable. All right. Unit number 6, land use controls. There are public land use controls and there are private land use controls. Right. Most of them are public land use controls. About 50% of the candidates do not understand private land use controls. So, what is the most common private land use control? What? Restrictive covenants. It's placed by a private landowner on a piece of land. All these others are public. And there must be a question that asks that. What is, they have probably 4 possibilities, right? And one of them is the correct answer. And probably the question is worded as such. For example, which one of the following is a private land use control?
Private?
Yeah. So I've been saying the last 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. What is the and so there are 4. All right. Zoning. Right? Is that a private? No.
Doesn't even say private.
It's the very last one. Now hold on, you got to go 5 or 6, 10, 15 pages farther, and then you're going to find private.
Oh.
And there's one listed. It's called restrictive covenants. All the other land use controls are not private. They're all public. So they're going to give you 3 that are public, 1 that's private, and you got to pick the private one up. Now, if you miss that question, shame on you. Now, I don't mean just on our test. I'm talking about on the Real Estate Commission's test. Because that's 50% of the people don't know the answer to that question. I think the book only has 1 private land use control.
It doesn't even say.
It is in there, I promise you.
Oh.
It's after all the public ones, and there's a bunch of public ones.
It says privately imposed land use controls, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. What's it say? Yeah.
There's like 7 paragraphs, and it doesn't say 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, because there's only one. There's only one. Listen to one. There's a bunch of public.
Put in place by individual developers or property owners, usually when they transfer property.
Restrictive covenants or protective covenants. It has the same names.
Right up here in practice.
All right, land use control, privately imposed control. So just know you need to know the difference. All right. Privately imposed land use controls are put in place by individual property owners. You notice I'm not even talking about all the public ones. Because all the rest of them are public. The one you really need to pay attention to is the private one. Subdivision restrictive or protective covenants are most common, mainly to protect the property values. Enforcement is generally transferred to the HOA from the developer, and the HOA has the ability to fine. That's what makes them powerful, because people, you get in their pocketbook and that hurts them more than just that. But if we don't have an HOA, I live in a neighborhood we don't have an HOA, but we have restrictive covenants. The way we would enforce it is by what? Suing them, taking them to court. Because it's a private control, the court would have to determine whether it's been violated or not. Rich, did you know everything in that stack? Yeah. Wow. It's a stack of stuff there.
What is
It's
it?
all the outlines.
Like that. All the
It's all the
outlines?
outlines. Is that correct?
All the-
All right, now. It is this is a level 3. I mean, it in the outline, from the Real Estate Commission, it talks about all that stuff. And then almost on its own page, level 3, broker's responsibilities to verify or verification of land use, recognition of potential land use problems. So we didn't go over the public ones, but the public ones can put restrictions on what you can do, as well as the private ones. All of them can put restrictions. And it's your job, my job, to understand what types of restrictions are out there on each individual piece of property and be able to identify red flags. I'm showing a property to somebody and they say, I want to be able to run my trucking business. That's why I want all this acreage. That's a red flag. Doesn't mean they can't do it, but that's what they want to use the property for, so I better make sure what? That they can do that. And I have to be able to just, on the surface, kind of look to see if they can or not. And then we get real detailed, then we're going to send it to an attorney to make sure that what we think is true is actually true. So that's all that's saying. You want to avoid any misrepresentation, because you ask me that question and say, oh, it's no problem. You've got 10 acres. I better be right. Are you with me? Because if I say it, it's got to be right. And so that would be a misrepresentation if I said something that wasn't true. Now, was it negligent or was it willful? That's probably negligent. That's just stupid. Now, if I knew they couldn't do it and then I said they could, that would be willful, right? The other is negligent. You're just an idiot. But you know what? In real estate, you can go to jail. You can go to jail. You can't go to jail. You can lose your license for being an idiot. There are idiots out there, yes. Was that a word we can use? Okay. Reggie said I could use it, so I'm good.
We've been.
All right. The licensee is not expected to conduct title searches for covenants or interpret covenants as to what activities are permissible, but they are there to advise clients to have an attorney perform such actions. I'll tell you more common than that. Some people say, I want to put a fence up. And you look out and you see the whole neighborhood's got fences up. And you say, yeah, you'll be able to put a fence up. Everybody's got a fence. Well, that doesn't mean they're supposed to have fences. Just because they have one up doesn't mean it's allowable. Just means no one has enforced it. All it takes is for someone to enforce it on that person. And guess what? You might be buying a property back. All right, so just make sure that these land use controls, which are a big deal, you're familiar with them and be able to recognize red flags. Hey, you knew we were getting there, right? Everyone knew we were getting to Unit 7. That's good. We got a couple hours or more. We got next class and class after that. It doesn't feel good not to be rushed and just sit and talk about stuff. All right, so I want you to understand what we're getting ready to talk about, because there are a lot of questions from this unit. A lot of questions. All right, what is your responsibility as an agent, sub-agent? We'll talk more about that in a minute. Of the principal. What are your responsibilities? Well, you know it, right? Obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accounting, reasonable skill, and care. I don't know why they don't come up in order, but it really doesn't matter because this is not the official order. We just put them in this order because they spell old car. Right? Every one of them are equally important. And this one actually has 2. So you need to know that list, right? Because those are your fiduciary responsibilities. And you know, the lawsuit that's going on, or just got a verdict just came in 2 days ago. You following the news?
Well, last night.
Remember, you're supposed to have selective perception. Anytime something that affects real estate, you ought to be paying attention to. Now, this is a lawsuit against the National Association of Realtors and the 3 largest real estate brokerage companies in the United States. And on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, the verdict came in. And we were sued for $1.5 billion and we lost. Okay, excuse me. Let's get that three tenths of a billion in there. That's $300,000. All right. It's as though the public doesn't believe that we do these things. They don't. Because the crux of the matter is, they believe that if the buyer agent is paid by the seller, there's no way that the buyer agent's going to be loyal to the buyer. They're going to be loyal to the seller. But if you do this, that's not true. Correct? I mean, we established it when I asked, I think, Michael to go buy me a drink or whatever, wasn't you, Michael? No money was involved, right? It doesn't matter who pays you. Your loyalty belongs to the person who hires you. And that's really the focus was the focus. And you had people in the jury, I think, first of all, didn't have a clue about this. This thing, you've taken a class and you're trying to figure it out. They're sitting on a jury. And I promise you the prosecutors are not trying to explain this to people. The defendant's attorney, us, me, not you, but should have tried to explain to them that our fiduciary responsibilities lie to the person who hires us, not the person who pays us. But anyway, these people on the jury just saw the fact that they said that the National Association of Realtors artificially inflated commissions so they can make a whole bunch more money. And they said, yeah, you're guilty. Because you know what? You're going to face this after you get your real estate license. Everybody in real estate is rich. And it was an opportunity for the common person to get back at the rich people. And that's going to be you. Because you want to pass this class, right? Yeah. So you're going to be in that camp one day. But the whole point of why did I even bring that up? It's going to be appealed. It's going to be held up in courts for a long time. I'll probably be retired from selling real estate before anything comes of it. I hope. And it will totally change how we do business. Our whole class information will change if it stands. We'll have to completely change the way we do business. But right now, we're not worried about that. But my point was this. These are the things you owe to the person that hired you. Obedience, loyalty. I mean, if you are obedient and loyal to your buyer, doesn't matter who pays you. No. That's why this is important. You obey the person you work for. You are loyal, 100% loyal to the person you work for. You disclose everything you know to the person you work for. Everything they tell you is confidential, right? You're guarding, you're protecting them. You're their trusted advisor. You have to give accountability to that person who hires you. And you have to have reasonable skill and reasonable care when you deal with them. Those are your responsibilities. And I promise you, there are more than one test questions about those stuff. Right? And that's, these things right here, which I went over, and I kind of went over briefly just in a few moments. Do you have any questions about what your fiduciary responsibilities are? You need to be able to do the list, and you need to be able to explain what each one of them means and how it affects you. Those are the first three. These are the next 5, 4. All right. So you need to know those. There are test questions. That's level 5.
5?
Yeah, level 5. Level 3. Got your attention though, didn't I, Ann?
Yeah.
All right, so termination of agency. About half of the candidates do not understand how agency relationships are properly created. You ask, I accept. That's how they're created. It's not real difficult, right? Now, we have some other rules. If it's a listing agency, it has to be in writing, right? If it's a buyer agency, it can start out oral, but it has to be reduced to writing no later than prior to presentation of the first offer. If it's a property management agreement, it has to be in writing, right? But how you form it is someone asks you to do something for them and you've agreed to do it. That establishes an agency relationship. Half of the people who take this test don't know that. Now, I hope all of you know this, right? I said it before, and I'm saying it again. That's how easy it is. Now, fulfilling your responsibilities are not easy, but the forming of the relationship is fairly easy. The buyer asks you to help him find a house. The seller says, will you help me sell my house? Yeah, I'd love to. Boom, agency. Now, again, licensing law says those agreements have to be in writing. You want me to manage your property? I'm your guy. But, you know, if you're a property manager, that's what I'm saying. So, just know about that. It says termination of agency. I pulled these right off the Real Estate Commission's thing. But just know we're talking about how you create one here. It says over 60% of candidates do not know how to correctly complete the working with real estate agent disclosure or when to provide it to its customers. So is anyone unclear when you're supposed to do that? You know what the working with real estate agent disclosure is, right? That's where you're telling these people the different types of agency relationships that your firm practices. Buyer agency, dual agency, designated dual agency, unrepresented buyers. With me? That's on the buyer side. So when are you supposed to go over this with the people?
As soon as you get personal.
At first substantial contact, and the definition of substantial contact is before you start getting confidential information. So it's hard for me to imagine that 60% of the people who take this test don't know that. You don't be one of those 60%. If we can just keep you from being these statistics, you have a pretty good chance of passing this test. Now, this document, I don't have it. I'm just picking, I'm going through and pulling stuff out. But the actual document is on Moodle. Under final exam file folder, the most frequently missed topics on the 2023 real estate exam or something.
But have we been taught how to complete it? I thought you handed them a brochure.
There used to be a brochure. There's not a brochure anymore. It's a disclosure. Now, no, you don't have to know how to complete it for this class. We'll teach you that after you get your license.
It says it right there. Over 60% of the time,
Okay.
you're not going to have it correctly
So,
completed.
complete it as in you go over it with them and you're telling them what your firm does. You're not asking them which ones do they want you to do. That's what we're talking about. You have to present it. They sign the bottom of it. So you're required to ask them to sign it. Now, if they don't sign it, you're okay. You just write they refuse to sign, but you at least have to go through that process. But you're not asking them, this right here, how to complete it. We're not asking them which one of these do you want. We're telling them these are the things our firm offers. That's what that means right there. Do you understand what I just said? There are 4 or 5 boxes they can check, but they don't check those boxes. This is not a pick and choose. This is, we're disclosing to them. We are letting them know what their rights are. We're not saying, which of these rights do you want? We're saying these are the things that we offer, and if they like one of the ones we offer, when we actually have them sign the written agreement, then they're signing in writing that these are the ones that they understand that we're doing. But what we're really trying to tell them is what their rights are for representation. Now, this is not the way it's said on this disclosure, but everybody has the right to be exclusively represented at all times. And if you're not going to be exclusively represented, I have to tell you that, and you have to agree to it. Right? So that's what this disclosure is. It used to be a brochure. It's no longer a brochure. I just went over the tests that we're going to be using for you, all of you, today, to make sure there were no mistakes in it. And I say mistakes, law changes. Does that make sense? Because 99% of all these questions are frozen in time and they don't change the laws on them. Follow me? But this is one of the ones that did change, and so I actually made a change on one of the tests. For some reason, it still referred to the brochure. And I didn't want you to be confused. But if you see one that says brochure, just know it means disclosure. But I went through it today, every question. So 224 questions I went through today. Yes, I know what's on the test. I just told you. All right? So just know there are questions about this. There are questions about that. But that's already in all the documentation. If you just look online, it tells you all Actually, how many questions from each topic?
I got a question.
I got an answer. I'll make one up for you.
But once they sign the disclosure, then they become a client?
No. That's not them hire, well, no, that disclosure does not hire, that's not worth hiring. However, after you go over the disclosure, they have to make a choice. Do they still want you to represent them or not? Or do they want you to represent, not still? Because you said, these are the things we do, and they say, well, I don't like those, then they don't have to hire you. So you're telling them ahead of time the things that your firm does, and then they have to make a choice to, are they good with that? And if so, you can move forward.
So, once they sign it.
The signing is not, it says right at the top, this is not a contract.
Okay.
They're signing acknowledging that I went over it with them and gave them a copy.
Okay.
That's what the signature is. That's not where they're actually hiring. Because remember, it doesn't require. Right there. All right. This right here we talked about, right? It doesn't require a signature to form a contract, a relationship. We just have to have one in writing because the Real Estate Commission rules say we have to have it in writing. And you know why it has to be in writing? To protect the consumer, not us. We form these relationships orally most of the time initially. When we do that on buyer agency easily, right? But even when I go to a person's house and they want to list their house, and I say, do you want me to help you list your house? And they say yes, that's a contract. But we have to put it in writing. So again, the signature does not make it an agency relationship. Signature just means I'm following the rules and I've done what I'm supposed to do. You know, there was a time, long, long ago, when a person's word was as good as putting it in writing. That's no longer true, unfortunately. So we have to put everything in writing. And it helps because now we can prove what we said or what we did or whatever. So yeah, just to answer your question, the signature of on that brochure, on this brochure, does not create agency. What creates agency is, I've explained to them before we go any further, before you tell me any confidential information. You know, we offer buyer agency, which would give you the fiduciary responsibilities, right? It's not all on there, but that's what we're actually saying to them. I'm gonna keep all your information confidential. I'm gonna obey you. Right? I'm gonna be loyal to you. Disclose everything I know. All that kind of stuff. You want me to help you? And your answer is yes or no. Now, you don't quite do it that way, but I'm saying that's really what we're doing. Is we're letting them know what we do, and are you interested in that kind of relationship? So we put it in writing because the Real Estate Commission rules require us to. But we're actually forming the relationship, just talking with you. How do you determine? Because that was not on the other thing.
Yeah.
Fulfillment of the purpose, expiration, because these listing agreements, buyer agency agreements, all the written agreements have a beginning date and an ending date. They cannot automatically renew, with one exception. Which one can automatically renew? The property management agreement, if it says so in the property management agreement. And our one we use says it's a possibility. So it has, excuse me, it has a beginning date and an ending date. And if we don't do anything, it expires. So that would terminate. Mutual agreement, breached by one of the parties. The court gets involved and terminates it. Destruction or condemnation of the property, death or incapacity of either party. Any of those things terminates this agency agreement. Think about this. Remember, an agency agreement is an employment contract. It's a person or entity hiring a person or entity. In real estate, though, it's a person or entity that's hiring an agent, a person. They're actually hiring a person. Okay? Technically, the person that's hiring you could be an entity. With me? But you can't. They're actually hiring you as a person. So if something happens to the person that's been hired, like death or incapacity, incapacitation, then that would terminate the relationship. But you can't employ dead people. What's my joke? But they can vote.
Many.
All right. So when is it required? At first substantial contact, right? Even if it's not face to face. In every sales transaction, that's important. In every sales transaction. So a property manager doesn't use the working with real estate agent brochure. Oh, excuse me, disclosure. Because that's not a sales transaction. It's for buying and selling. Now, it doesn't matter what kind of buying or selling. It could be commercial. They still have to use it. But it's only for buying and selling in every sales transaction. All right. Agents keep a signed copy in their file and give a copy to the consumers. How long do you have to keep that in your own records? 3 years. There it is. Yes. It says the panel, but there's no panel anymore. The disclosure doesn't have a panel. You just keep a copy of the disclosure. You give one to the person and you keep one. You sign both of them, and they sign both of them. But I guess they don't have to sign theirs. A decision must be made. So once you've done the disclosure, because why are you doing this disclosure? You're doing it before when? Maybe that's a better way of asking. Before they give you confidential information, right? Because if they don't hire you, you don't owe them confidentiality, right? If they don't hire you, you don't owe them obedience or loyalty or accountability. It's only when they hire you that you owe them things. So they're getting ready to tell you something confidential, and so that's why you want them to make a choice. Do you want to hire me? And if you want to hire me, and if you hire me, then I owe you those fiduciary responsibilities. And one of the big ones at the very beginning is confidentiality. Because if you spill your guts to me and you haven't hired me, everything I know I have to tell the next client if it would be beneficial for them to know. Wow, this is 60 to 70% of the candidates do not understand the broker's affirmative duty to discover and disclose possible material facts. Oh, there's that terrible material facts. That's a lot. Jeez. All right, this is the place to stop. So at 8:12, 8:13, we just went to 2. 8:13, yes, 8:13, make sure I have the right hour too. 8:13, we'll come back, we'll talk about material facts.
Sure.
All right. Tonight,
My birthday.
so is Kathy. Kathy has a birthday too.
Yep.
She said her birthday was the same day.
Yep.
That'd be a great day for Reggie to bring you cake.
He's supposed to
I'm
be
bringing
bringing empanadas.
Oh, empanadas. What kind?
Chicken and beef.
I hate it. That was sarcasm. All right. So let's talk about material facts. We're also going to talk about, because it says half the candidates do not understand that brokers have a responsibility to check the facts first. Really? Before they put anything in advertising, before they say anything. It's the same thing. So let's talk about material facts. 47% of all disciplinary actions that the Real Estate Commission has given out over the last 3 years is because of material facts. They all have to do with material facts. A lot of people are getting in trouble. If you know it, you have to disclose it. It doesn't matter who you work for. Doesn't matter who you work for. So before we actually get into what is a material fact, just remember, you can have an opinion, but I'd be careful when you voice your opinion, because people they forget that you said your opinion, and they take it as a fact. Okay? But you can give your opinion, you state that it is your opinion, and as long as you're not trying to deceive or influence them unfairly, then you have a right to give them your opinion. Facts have to be accurate when you give them, and a material fact is any fact that is important or relevant to the issue at hand and must be disclosed to all parties. Another way of putting that is, if it would affect a prudent person's decision-making process, if they knew it, then you have to disclose it, unless it's confidential information. Like the motivation of the seller for selling. I mean, would that affect the buyer? It could, but that's confidential. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about facts about the property, facts that relate directly to the property, facts about the principal's ability to complete the transaction, and facts of special importance to your client. Those are the 4 categories of material facts that come on the screen in just a second. So, in teaching agents who have their license, because there's so many infractions about material facts, we keep talking about it. 4 out of the last 5 years, we've had at least an hour talking about material facts. Last year, we had 2 hours. So, you have to disclose. So everything I know about the property, unless it's confidential information, you have to disclose. And so there were times I worked with a seller, and I know something about the property that I don't want to tell anybody. And the reason I don't want to tell them because I think it might hurt my seller. You follow me? That means I have to tell them. Because why do I think it's going to hurt my seller? Because I think if the buyer knows it, it'll affect their decision-making process. That's the very reason you have to disclose it. Did you follow what I just said? The fact that I don't want to disclose it is the reason I have to disclose it. If it fits into one of these 4 categories. Facts about the property, facts relating directly to the property, facts relating directly to the principal's ability to complete the transaction, or facts of special importance to the party that you represent. So let's talk more about each one of those so you make sure you understand. Now, we're not talking about motivation of people and that kind of stuff. But these are facts, for example, about the property. Not bedrooms and bathrooms. Not bedrooms and bathrooms. Those are facts. But we're talking about deficiencies in the property. Problems with the property. Structural defects, malfunctioning systems, leaking roof systems, things like that. Drainage or flooding problems. Those are material facts because they are facts about the property where there is a deficiency. We don't use this anymore, but we used to say, because on a different contract, we used to have things had to be working correctly. And the actual phrasing was this. The items that were in this list, things like this right here. The items that were in this list have to be performing for which intended and not in need of immediate repair. So are they performing the function for they were intended for. And not in need of immediate repair. So they have a function, but they're not fulfilling their purpose. That's a defect. That's a material fact. So if anything is not performing like it's supposed to, that's a material fact. Now, a bedroom is not performing. That makes sense? It's just what it is. But if an air conditioner is not working, then it's not performing the function for which intended, and it is in need of immediate repair. Now, that's nowhere on the test. I'm just telling you that's what the words used to be. I said it so many times years ago that it's ingrained in my brain. But that's what we're looking at. Is there something about the property that's not working correctly? Or there's something wrong with it? It needs to be repaired. That's a material fact. And you have to tell it to everybody in the transaction. It doesn't matter who you represent. So as a seller agent, I have to tell the buyer if I know something's not working correctly. It's in need of immediate repair. That's a material fact. And I have to tell the buyer whether I want to or not. Facts relate directly to the property. So these are things that it's not the property itself, but affects the property. Usually external to the property. Things like pending zoning changes or existence of restrictive covenants. Now those are affect the property, right? Plans to widen the street. Plans to build a nearby shopping center. All of those are things that could affect the property. A hog farm nearby, a railroad track nearby, high tension power lines nearby. Are you with me? Those are all things that could affect the property. And maybe not even directly, maybe indirectly. Like a widening of the street. Well, obviously, if you're on the street that's getting widened, you'd have to tell that, right? But it could affect your interest in ingress and egress, entering and exiting a neighborhood for a while. When I first started selling real estate is when Dudley Grant was just started. That's how long I've been selling real estate. A long time ago. 20 years or more ago, okay? And we knew they were going to widen Fire Tower Road. It was still 2 lanes when they started that neighborhood. And we knew they were going to put a median in. We knew you couldn't directly exit Dudley Grant and turn left. Well, at the time they were building, you could. But we knew that was in the future. And we knew the construction was going to happen. So we had to tell everybody who bought a Dudley's Grant, who was interested in Dudley's Grant, you do realize they're getting ready to widen Fire Tower Road to 4 lanes and a median. And during that process, it's going to be terrible getting in and out of Dudley's Grant. Now, there's going to be a day down the road that won't be true. But when they finish that road, you will not be able to make a left-hand turn out of Dudley's Grant. You're going to have to go right. That's true. You got to go right, and then they've got that new turn lane so that, that allows you to do a U-turn, but you cannot just go straight across and turn left. So you're going to have to come in from the Evans Street side because there's no entrance coming when you're driving west. So all those are things that affect the property. Those are material facts. They had to be disclosed, even though they might not be permanent. Some of those were permanent, some were not. So that's facts that relate directly to the property. That could affect the buyer's desire to buy the property. That's why you had to tell them. This right here is pretty straightforward. If either party cannot fulfill their obligations on the contract, we're not going to be able to close, that's a material fact. The buyer's inability to qualify for a loan, the buyers need to sell a current home before they can buy the one that they want, the seller's inability to convey a clear title. All of those are material facts. Now, you may start out with no problem, but the moment the buyer can't get a loan, now it's a material fact. You say, well, that's confidential. Well, no, because the buyer can't complete the transaction, the seller has a right to know that. Now, as long as there's no problem, or we don't know there's a problem with the buyer getting a loan, the seller has no need of any detailed information about the loan. Now, they have a right to know they have to get a loan. And are they, what kind of loan is it? How much are they financing? Those are things that are on the contract that the buyer tells the seller. But their personal financial information is confidential. But again, even in here, if this happens, we're not asking their personal confidential financial information. We just want to know if they're going to be able to perform or not. Same thing down here. So that's the third category. And the fourth category is anything of special importance. And I mentioned one. For example, they want to build a fence. Whether you can build a fence or not is not a material fact. Unless you tell me you want to build a fence. Now you just made it a material fact. One of the funny ones that they had on the Brooklyn Commission last year was, has a cat ever lived in the property? That's a material fact. If the buyer asks the question, Now, why would a buyer ask that question? I don't know. We can think of some reasons though, right? Maybe they have allergies, right? So I don't normally ask, has a cat ever lived in this house? But because they have allergies and that's important to them, now it's a material fact. So I have to do a little investigation. And if a cat has ever lived in that house and the listing agent knows it, they have to disclose it. They can't say, well, don't tell me, don't ask me, I don't know. I mean, if they know, they have to disclose it. So again, some things can become a material fact. Does that all that makes sense? So those are the 4 categories of material facts. And I'm spending time on this because they're going to ask you what some potential questions that want you to they're going to give you a scenario and they're going to want to know if it's a material fact or not. And so you can memorize those 4 areas, but memorizing the 4 areas doesn't help you if you don't know how to apply those things. I know I keep saying that. I shouldn't have ate that one, but nothing. Get little pieces of nut in your mouth. Any questions about those 4 areas? I didn't finish what it says here. But zoning restrictions, HOAs, I mean, these are just things people could ask about. Those, if they're of special importance to the person, then you'd have to disclose those. All right. Additional facts that must be disclosed to the agent's principal. The other party's willingness to agree to different terms. If you know the motivation of the other party, remember, you're protecting your party, your principal. You're not going to tell the other people what your party's motivations are. But if I represent the buyer and I know the seller's motivation, I don't work for the seller. I work for the buyer. Remember the disclosure? Everything I know, I have to tell the person I work for, if it could affect their decision-making process. So that's what we're talking about here. So if you know the other party's motivation, that's something you have to disclose. Price, terms, motivation, those types of things. Now, what happens if you don't fulfill your fiduciary responsibilities? You get in trouble if they turn you in. Now, I know there's a lot of agents. Well, I had that transaction in LaGrange. It just happened in the last 6 months. The agent horribly fulfilled her responsibilities about material facts. She knew that the septic tank was underneath the house and she wouldn't tell us that. I mean, did she think, I know what she thought. She was hoping we wouldn't do an inspection. But she was required to say it. And she didn't. And I asked repeatedly, what do you know about this property that we need to know? Oh, I've told you everything you need to know. Well, no, you didn't. Like, does this say stupid record? Does it say incumbent? You don't see it. He doesn't see it either. Thank you, man. If you do your job, you're going to be okay, right? I did my job. She didn't do her job. And I told you about that story already. I wanted to say to her, did you not go to the update class last year? We talked for 2 hours about this subject. But I didn't turn her in. That was the whole point.
You didn't tell us that story.
I didn't tell you that story.
The
last class. That's when it was actually happening in the last class.
How do you service a septic tank if it's under the house?
You can't. That's the problem. You think the buyer would have bought that house if they knew that?
Did they buy
Ain't
it?
no way.
They buy it and they didn't know?
Well, we did our investigation during our due diligence process, and we discovered it. So it's a good time. So she didn't do her job, right? I believe she wasn't just negligent. She was willful. Because I asked her, I know the property's been under contract more than one time. And you told me that they had inspections done. I want to see what was found out on the inspections. So I sent her a message. A few minutes later, she sent me a message back. She said the seller decided not to, they don't want to tell you. You know that's wrong, right? If you know it, you have to disclose it. Does the seller have to disclose it? No. And I said, I'm not asking you if the seller wants to disclose it. I'm saying, what do you know? She wouldn't tell me anything. Anyway, so we started doing our due diligence. It's got a septic system, so we're going to do a septic inspection. And that's when we found out. Now, so what are the options for this buyer at this moment? They're under contract, they put money down, and now the agent withheld material facts from us. And not just little problems, I mean huge problems.
So you back out.
Okay, what happens if they back out?
Lose their money.
Probably not. Because
Got it.
they didn't disclose a material fact. Yes, the seller's in breach, even though it's the agent. Because remember, the seller doesn't have to say it. But the agent knew, and because the agent didn't tell, now the seller's just as guilty by association of their agent as they are. So I believe, and I told my buyer this, I said, you know, this is not right. This is totally wrong. And if I had a really, really mean streak in me, I would turn her in. She's incompetent. I probably should turn her in because she's incompetent. I mean, would you want her as your agent? Absolutely not. She ought to know better. She's not a new agent. All right, anyway, I hope I never have another transaction. And you know what I would do? If I had a buyer who was interested in her property she had listed, you know what I would, or if it's the other way around and she had a buyer who was interested in my property, you know what I'd be telling my principal? Oh man, I had a bad experience with this agent. We can't believe a word she says. Don't you think my new buyer or seller should know that? Absolutely. Anyway, because she misrepresented a material fact, this buyer probably could get out of the contract. The buyer could get out of the contract, get all their money back, and sue for damages for all the money they spent for a house they're not going to buy because it was withheld. See, now the seller, it doesn't work the other way on our contract, but on the buyer side it does. So that actually gives us a lot of leverage. They ended up buying the house, but they had to put a brand new septic system in. The sellers didn't want to pay for it. He said, well, you can pay me now or you can pay me later. You guys knew it, didn't disclose it. We would have never bought this house. You knew that. That's why you didn't tell us you wanted us to be under contract. So we can either go to court or you can put in the septic system. Because from now on, I'm going to make sure if we don't buy this house, everybody knows there's something wrong with that septic system.
So who paid for it?
The seller did.
So I was wondering that about obedience to seller. What if the seller tells you not to dispose of it? Then I think it says.
Well, but, I mean, that's a good question.
Unless it's unethical or whatever.
Well, wait. So do you follow all the orders of your principal?
No.
No, only those are legal, ethical, and are in accordance with the licensing law. Right? You know, she should have said, well, the seller doesn't want me to give you a copy of the reports, okay, but I'll let you know everything that was on the report. But what she actually said to me was, she said, well, you know how inspection reports are. They put all that little ticky-tack stuff on there. Not all agents can read between the lines and know what's important, what's not important. I said, I've been selling real estate for 20 years. I think I can interpret an inspection report. She didn't want me to have one because she knew. And you know how we knew she knew? And how the seller knew it too is because they had the health inspector, the environmental health person come out and do an evaluation for them. Because they knew there was a problem with it. Anyway.
Jim,
Yes.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
Why would they put a septic system under a house to begin with?
That is an excellent question. I don't know. This is what I think happened, right? They built the house. This really doesn't make any sense to me, but this is the thing that makes the most sense. And when they built the house, they didn't have a porch all the way across the front of the house when they built it. And then after they finished the house, they decided they wanted a porch all the way across the front. And when they did, they just put the porch right on top of the septic tank. Now, let me say this. That septic tank was too close to the house, even in that regard, because it had to be at least 10 feet away from the house, the tank, and it wasn't. But I think that's probably what happened. So it looks like that porch was always there. So either someone was a complete idiot or they added it later and they didn't check to see if it was going to be a problem. But it was right on the top of the lid. You could not get into the portion of the tank that needed to be pumped the worst. The first section of the tank, first half of the tank. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, all my stories are real stories. But just know that's cause for disciplinary action if you get turned in. Civil action, right? I just said that. Can be brought by the party that's injured. Criminal prosecution can be brought by the district attorney if they believe that there was fraud involved or embezzlement, but in this case, fraud. I mean, did they intentionally do that? That could be fraud. If they were found guilty, the damages could be triple. So let's go back to that lawsuit we were just talking about earlier about the National Association of Realtors. $1.8 billion, $1.8 billion, not million, billion dollars. They're going to say that it was unfair and deceptive trade practices, and so it could be over close to $6 billion because they tripled the damages. The jury gave them 1.8. If they go this far, it could be 6 billion, more than $6 billion. I don't know who's paying for that.
Licensing fees.
Who's got $6 billion laying around? Under your mattress. Wow, that's a big, tall mattress. No, not licensee fees, because it has nothing to do with having a real estate license. It has to do with the National Association of Realtors.
You know, that's,
Yeah.
you know, so quick statement. Goes on to talk about one of the things they're looking for in this lawsuit
There's another one coming up, but go ahead.
is to be agents, brokers. It's all flat fees.
Well,
That's what they're wanting.
no, I don't think so.
Well, that's part of it.
Well,
That's
how
it.
does that guarantee that we're not gouging just because we have flat fees? So is the government going to step in and tell us what the fees are?
That's what they're thinking.
That'll never happen. That will never happen. What they really want, though, is they want the buyer to pay the buyer agent fee and the seller to pay the listing fee. That's what they want. Because if they say that's the only way to ensure that the buyer representation is actually representing them and not the seller. That's what the second lawsuit is more about than the first one. But the very thing that they say they're trying to do is the very thing they're doing. It's the opposite. They're hurting consumers. One of their arguments was, I don't think I said this before. One of their arguments was to the National Association of Realtors. We did a survey research of all the different countries in the world, right? And we looked at what the commission rate was for all these other different countries. And do you realize it's more in the United States than any other country? Therefore, that means that the people in the United States are gouging. And I'm thinking, wait. So the United States is the richest country, or the United States is things cost more in the United States. I'm trying to think of a different way of saying it. So maybe it costs more to do real estate in the United States. Maybe that's why the prices are more higher in the United States than they are in other, like third world countries, where for us, $1,000 is $1,000. And for them, $1,000 is like $1 million. I mean, you're not comparing apples with apples. Anyway, if it ends up, so let me finish this comment. So they want the buyers to pay for their own representation, which means buyers will go unrepresented. Now, was there ever a time in the real estate market when buyers were unrepresented? Yeah. So we've been here before, right? So if they want that, that's fine. We'll still do the same thing we've been doing. Now buyers are not going to have any representation. That's really helping the buyers, right? Because most buyers cannot afford to pay for a buyer agent. And they cannot finance it. It's against the law. It's against Freddie and Fannie rules. It's against FHA, VA, USDA rules. The buyer cannot finance a commission for their agent. So that means buyers are not going to have agents. And the whole purpose of this lawsuit is to protect buyers. I mean, we have some real idiots. I'm just being serious. Real idiots. I just don't get it. I really don't. Hey, you know what? Another thing. Moving on. No, really. Another thing. What do we talk about commissions? What do we say about commissions? All commissions are. Well, that's true too. Yes. Negotiable. So you're a seller, and you ask me how much is it going to cost me, and I tell you it's going to be 8%. And you don't like 8%. What can you do? Go to somebody else and ask them what they're charging, right? You know what? I can just tell you in Pitt County, all firms have different rates.
They do?
Yeah. You get what you pay for, but you can have different rates. You can ask me if I'll lower mine. So how is that price fixing? How is that, I mean, if you don't like what I'm selling, I'm gonna charge you, go to somebody else. Because you can find discount people. We even talk about them in class, right? The listing broker, all they do is put it on MLS, and then the seller does everything else for themselves. And that's one time you have to work with an unrepresented seller. Because the seller doesn't have anybody representing him, that seller only hired someone to put it on MLS. I mean, there are discounts out there, 1.5%. So seller, you can get it from 1.5% that they don't do anything for you, or whatever rate that they do a lot for you. Anyway. All right. What's that? I mean, it relates to real estate. So that's that right there. Okay. So one of the things that we have to use in North Carolina is the Residential Property Disclosure. Well, this law, the Residential Property Disclosure Act, and it now mandates 2 different disclosure forms that we have to use for every residential sales transaction. And they are the Residential Property Disclosure Statement, residential, that'd be a great test question. They ask you about a commercial sales and they ask you, should you use the Residential Property Disclosure Statement? And the answer would be no, because it's only for residential sales. And remember, residential sale is defined as a single family, duplex, triplex, fourplex. If it's 5 units, it's still residential, but it's not a residential transaction. It now becomes a commercial transaction, which would mean what about this? You don't have to use it because it's more than 4 units. 5 and above, even though it's still a residential property, it's a commercial sale, right? So, and this is to protect consumers that are buying residential properties. Anyway, so you have 2 disclosures. You have the Residential Property Disclosure and Homeowners Association, we say RPOs, and then you have the Mineral Oil and Gas Disclosure. Both of those come from the same law. Originally, it was just the first one, but after they decided about the Mineral Oil and Gas Disclosure, they just added it to that same act, and the rules apply pretty much the same, with one exception. What's the difference, disclosure-wise, between the Residential Property Disclosure Statement and the Mineral Oil and Gas? It has to do with the exemptions. What exemptions are different? One main exemption is different. Well, first of all, who's exempt from Residential Property Disclosure Act? New construction, good. Bank-owned properties. Properties that are already occupied by the person who's going to buy it, so a rent-to-own. You're not required to use residential property disclosure on those. What about the mineral oil and gas? What was number 1 over here that we said? So you don't have to do residential property disclosure on new construction, but what about the mineral oil and gas? You do. So that exemption is gone on the mineral oil and gas. Even new construction has to do the mineral oil and gas. That's really the only difference about how the rules are applied for the 2 different disclosures. All right, it's required disclosure. The sellers of most residential properties are required to give it. Some properties are exempt. We just talked about those, right? It's a mandatory form, but optional disclosure for the seller. The agent does not fill this out for the seller. They can help them by giving them instructions, explain how to fill it out. But the actual answers have to come from the sellers. But the sellers can say, yes, there's a problem. No, there's not a problem. Or I don't want to tell you if there's a problem, which is no representation. So it's a mandatory form. You have to use the form, but the seller doesn't have to say anything. Now remember, the agent, that does not apply to the agent. All right. It includes disclosures about items relevant to the condition of the property. And I already said that. The agent is not relieved of their duty. I said that as well. The agent is prohibited from completing the form. I said that. All agents in the transaction, regardless of whom they represent, have an obligation to secure this disclosure before the offer, prior to the offer. Because there might be something that's on this disclosure that could affect the buyer's decision-making process. And then if they don't get it prior to the offer, they have some outs, right? You have to do no later than the present day's first offer. If they don't have it, they have the right of rescission. In the 3rd calendar day following receipt, in the 3rd calendar day following contract, or closing or occupancy. They're probably not going to give you a scenario on these, so just memorizing these are fine. As long as you recognize what they are, you don't necessarily have to explain how they work. Unless you want to. Someone want to try it? I didn't. All right. Those are the same for both the mineral oil and gas and the property disclosure statement. All right. Now we're getting to the real meat, right, of Unit 7. 65% of candidates do not understand the basic dual designated agency relationships. We'll talk about that. The need for consent. About 55% of the candidates do not understand that when permission for dual agency must be obtained. We'll talk about both of those. But before we do, let's go back to the first one. Let's talk about the different types of agency relationships, right? Hang on a second. What are the different types of agency relationships? What are the different types of agents or firms? Seller only, buyer only, right? Single agency and dual agency. Those are the four, right? Almost all your questions are going to be about the designated and dual agency. Because buyer agency is pretty simple, right? They only represent buyers. The listing agent only represents the seller. And that's all they represent. And we really don't have very many of those. And the third one, the single agency, is like, why do we even talk about it? We need to concentrate on dual agency. So first of all, what is dual agency? It's when the firm represents both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction. I don't know what the actual percentage of dual agency transactions, what it actually is, but it's probably 40 or 50% of all transactions are dual agency transactions. That's because we list the house. Well, all the transactions I've had in the last 6 months are all not dual agency. Okay. But I list the property, right? I list the property, and all the buyers are out there, which most of the buyers are with other firms. Now, I work for a fairly large firm, but still, most of the buyers are with other firms, just because of the number of firms that are out there. They want to look at the property that we have listed. That's not dual agency, right? But now, sometimes, and this did happen on all the properties I've listed recently, where I had a phone call from a buyer who looks at the property, sees my phone number, and calls me. That's dual agency. Now that's actual, really, really dual agency, right? Those are the words I use. That's where me as an individual represents both the seller and potentially the buyer. You following me? But it could be that some other agent in my firm, this happened too, that they have a buyer that's interested in the property that I have listed. Our firm has it listed. I just happen to be the agent working with the seller. And then our firm has an agent that's working with buyers. That buyer wants to look at the property that we have listed. So that's dual agency, right? Because our firm represents the buyer through an agent, and our firm represents the seller through an agent. That's dual agency. So we have, buyer agency, listing agency, or listing, and then dual agency, when they can happen all the time, right? It just depends on the actual circumstances. And so every property that gets listed, I'm sure that agent that has it listed goes in and out of dual agency all the time. It just depends on the relationship of the buyer to the firm. So let me just make sure you understand this. Dual agency is when the firm, not the agent, but the firm the agent who works for the firm represents both sides of the transaction. Or potentially, because even when you have a buyer that's looking, that's dual agency, even though they may not end up buying the property. I got a buyer out of my listing. They didn't buy my listing. I know I told you that story. They wanted to look at the property. I explained to them that I represent the seller and I would love to be able to help you, but there are some things I can't do for you if I'm a dual agent. And then they were interested in the property. And they said, "Did you really mean that?" And I said, "Yeah, I meant that." I said, because what I told them was, if you are interested in the property and you want another agent to tell you what you think you want to offer or help you come up with your offer, all you do is let me know and I'll get another agent in the firm to help you. Because we practice designated dual agency, so another agent could specifically represent them as long as they didn't have any confidential information about the seller. And so I went to another agent in the firm and said, "Hey, do you mind spending an hour or two with my buyer here and kind of help them come up with what they think they ought to offer for the property. And so the agent did, and then the buyer decided they didn't want to make an offer on the property because they thought the property was way overpriced. So it was priced at $700,000, and I'm just making this up, but they wanted to offer something in the low 500s. And so they didn't want to insult the seller. But the whole time, the only thing that other agent did for my buyer was help them price on that house. And they wanted me to help them because they said, man, you were great. You were honest up front with us. You told us what you would do, what you couldn't do, and if you wanted help, then all you had to do was ask. We asked, you said yes. I mean, that's the kind of agent we want. Right? So that was dual agency. But they ended up buying a house from another firm through us. So they started out as a dual agent client because they hired us, to represent them. They ended up not making an offer. So again, the only reason I'm saying that is it all has to, and it's fluid. It's changing. So again, they looked at the house I had listed. I could only be a dual agent if I was going to help both of them. I couldn't be a designated agent. But then they started looking at other houses, and then we're looking at houses that are with other firms, or maybe a house with our firm. And every house is different. So they were looking at my house initially. I had to be a dual agent. Then they decided to look at other properties. We started putting, every time we go to a property, I put a different hat on. I'm going to be your buyer agent. Oh, I'm still going to be a dual agent, but I'm going to be a designated dual agent. Because it's just based on the property. Since I'm representing the buyer, every time the buyer looks at a property, it depends on who has the property listed as to which kind of agent am I operating. So you have to first of all understand what dual agency is. That is when a firm represents potential clients of both the seller and the buyer. Now, designated agency can only happen in a dual agency situation. And what happens in a designated dual agency situation is that's where the firm says we have policies and procedures in place, and we're going to allow our agents, if they don't know anything confidential about the other party, they can represent their party and still give them their fiduciary responsibilities. That's true. That's what I would think about. Confidentiality, that's true. Exclusive is the word I'm looking for. I can still exclusively represent them as a designated dual agent. Because the firm designates one of their agents to represent the buyer, and they designate the other agent to represent the seller. And as long as neither one of those agents knows anything confidential about the other party, we're fine. And it's actually as though with the buyer, it's the same as a buyer agent. But we can't call them a buyer agent because the firm's acting as a dual agent. So that's designated dual agency. The designated can only happen when the firm represents both sides of the transaction, potentially. And it can only happen if the two agents that are being designated don't know anything confidential about the other party. If they do, they cannot be designated agents. They have to be dual agents. And obviously a single person like myself has to be a dual agent if I'm helping both sides of the transaction. So you need to understand what I just said. Buyer agent, listing agent. Okay? They're just representing the buyer, they're just representing the seller. Dual agent. That's where the firm is representing both sides of the transaction. And in that dual agency situation, the firm can say, no, we're only going to do dual agency. Or we're going to allow our agents to act as designated dual agents if the situation is appropriate. And the real key is the confidentiality aspect. So, because confidentiality and disclosure cannot be breached, period. And so if I'm a dual agent, I can't disclose everything. You with me? So I said you can't breach those. The only way you can breach them is if you have permission in writing before it happens. So 65% of people do not understand what dual and designated agency relationships are. So do you have any questions about what dual agency is? It's from the firm, which represents both the buyer and the seller in a single transaction. Or potentially. Because again, that happens even though you're not under contract. Potentially. And if it's actually going to contract, it's not potential, then it's actual.
So two different agents. Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily. With dual agency, it could be a single agent. Could be 2 agents. Could be 6 agents. 3 on each side, 2 on one side, 4 on the other side. But all the agents work for the firm. And the firm represents both the buyer and the seller. So dual agency can be a single agent or it can be multiple agents. The key is they all work for the same firm, and the firm is representing both the buyer and the seller. Because in my situation, when I started out with that buyer I was talking about, I was a dual agent. So was the other agent. He was a dual agent. But I couldn't be a designated agent because I had confidential information about the buyer and I had confidential information about the seller. So I couldn't be anything but a dual agent because of confidentiality. But the other agent knew nothing about the buyer before I introduced him and nothing about the seller. So when I introduced them to the buyer, they could be a designated agent and only exclusively represent that buyer because they didn't know anything confidential about the seller. Does that make sense? I could never be a dual agent in that transaction. I mean, I could never be a designated agent in that transaction. I can only be a dual agent. The other agent could be a designated agent. So one could and one couldn't. That's a possibility as well. And the key is confidentiality. If they told, the buyer did tell me confidential information, and I told them up front, if you hire me, your confidential information will always stay confidential. And the seller agreed to that up front as well, and they knew I was still working for them, but I was working for that buyer. That's dual agency, right? And I was that single agent that was a dual agent. But when I introduced him to Brad, he was late to the scene, right? He was helping me out. He could be a designated agent. But we were both dual agents. I just couldn't be a designated agent. And the key again was the confidentiality. I had confidential information about both sides that I couldn't breach the confidentiality, which means I couldn't disclose to the seller everything I knew about the buyer, and I couldn't tell the buyer everything I knew about the seller. Right? That's why dual agency has to be agreed to from the beginning before we get into that situation. So we back up a little further. When that buyer called me and said, "Hey, Jim, we see you have a listing. We would love to see it." I said, "I'd love to show it to you. I'll meet you out at the property." And we met at the property. And the very first thing I did was go over the working with real estate agent disclosure form. They had a right to know what their rights were. They're from Texas. Texas does things totally different than any other state. Really. Even in real estate. They do their own thing. All right, so, no, that's not because they got all the oil. California has a lot of oil, but they don't act that way. Well, they act worse. But anyway, back to my story. They didn't know how we did things in North Carolina. So they needed to know how we do things in North Carolina. That's why you stop before you go any further. I just need to make sure you understand. I represent the seller. And they said, "Yeah, we figured that." But in North Carolina, I can also represent you. And if you decide that's okay, I need to tell you what my limitations are for you. I cannot do everything for you that I normally would do. And the biggest thing I cannot do for you is I can't tell you everything I know about the seller, and I cannot give you advice on what to offer. Because that would be showing partiality. All I can do is give facts out. So I told them that up front. They had a right to know that up front. You see why that's important to do it up front. Not after they spilled their guts to me and then I say, "Oh, by the way, if you don't hire me, I have to tell everything you just told me to the seller." Like, wow, you just stabbed me in the back. Because I said, "Don't tell me anything confidential that you don't want me to tell the seller until you hire me." And we can do it orally because it was Byron. So I'm touching on a lot of different things, but real life is why we do things. It would be unfair to that buyer for me not to tell them that they had a right to be exclusively represented. Because you may say no to dual agency. That's fine. That means you need to find another agent that can exclusively represent you. Now, most of the time, when we talk about dual agency, they don't want this individual agent to be a dual agent. They don't care if the firm's a dual agent. Because in our case, we had other people who could represent it. So they could have said from the very beginning, "I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and let you show us this property, but we don't want you to represent us." And I would say, "Okay, that's fine. Just don't say anything confidential, right? You just keep it all to yourself, and I'll get you another agent, or you can find you another agent that can represent you." And then you tell that person all your confidential information. That's the way it's supposed to work. And I can guarantee you, if you bought a house, that's probably not how it was explained to you, or you didn't even have that happen. I hear that all the time. All we're trying to do is treat people right. See, if we treat people right, we don't have to, you would think we wouldn't have to worry about lawsuits. Right? Because in North Carolina, that's what we have to do. Now, these lawsuits were not in North Carolina. I'm not sure they would even happen in North Carolina, because if agents are doing what they're supposed to, people wouldn't feel like they do. So just know, you need to understand dual agency and designated agency. There are questions about it on the test. And there's several of them where they give you a scenario, kind of like the one I just went through that happened to me personally. They write that in a paragraph and they want to know, can Jim be a designated agent? What's the answer? No. Why? Because it's right. Because I have confidential information about the seller. I cannot tell that buyer, and vice versa. You with me? So my scenario that I just gave you, that was real life, that's the kind of test question they're going to ask you, can he be a designated agent? Or they'll give you a scenario and they're going to say, is that firm acting as a dual agent? Listing side, buyer side? I mean, you have to explain it. And it all depends on the circumstances of that specific situation. Or they could ask you, in what circumstance could an agent act as a designated agent? There's several test questions from this right here. Now I'm going to go through some other diagrams after the next break, because I really want you to understand the same diagrams we went before, but I'll just re-say it in a different way, just because I want to make sure you understand it. Right? All right, let's take a break. It's 8:59. Come back at 9:12. 9:12.
You go, no, you go ahead. Sorry.
All right.
But they
It's
can
time to come
underwrite
back.
your stuff.
Selling real estate there.
I'm raising, he knew it, right? We got it.
Yeah.
I don't think they work anymore,
It's
but.
different, but we know about it.
Somebody goes,
Oh my God.
that's one, you can step off.
You're not just.
Three cars and I'm like.
The only thing I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't mind. Yeah, basically like when you want to.
I just need to hear it up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I had one there. Like, they be somewhere everywhere.
If these girl on this personal injury attorneys, they get you some money. They buy that in. My daughter. Right. Did up yet? They get in a wreck and they can find that point. He can do it. It's called negligent driving.
Yeah, you do.
All right. So let's talk about the same thing we've been talking about, but just a different way with diagrams. Undisclosed dual agency in a real estate transaction of the parties may create an agency relationship unintentionally. That's why we have to be intentional to make sure that we disclose to the people that we're working with what's going on, what potentially could go on in the future, what's going on at this actual moment, and what, and what all their options are. Okay? Because if you don't, then you can be in undisclosed dual agency, which is not permissible or illegal under licensing law. Even though you may have written permission up front, when it starts to happen, you have to explain to your clients it's now actually happening. Because at the beginning, especially on the listing side, you may be telling the seller what could happen in the future. And that's fine. You're getting written permission to do that. But when it's actually happening, they have to know because they always have the opportunity to change their minds. And if they don't know, how can they change their minds? They could say, I didn't realize it was happening. If I had known that, I would have changed my mind, even though they gave us written permission. So you get written permission up front, but whenever it happens, you actually say it so they know. So we have buyer agents and seller agents, right? The buyer, not using our agents. The buyer principal and the seller principal. If the firm represents both of these at the same time, doesn't matter what's happening down here. If this is true, it's dual agency. Every time. Now, what happens down below could determine whether we're in designated dual agency or not. This is when we have an agent that works for the firm that only represents the buyer and an agent in the firm that only represents the seller. That's dual agency, but designated dual agency. The other possibility is the same thing, the firm or dual agency, because the firm is representing both sides. And this could be an individual agent, a single person, or multiple people. The firm may not allow designated agency. They don't have to. Right? But even if they do, they may have to stay this way because this could be a broker in charge and a provisional broker. Remember? Right? It could be that the firm doesn't allow it, and every time they're in the dual agency, they do, the agents act as a dual agent as well. So you have to have informed consent, and it must be purposely created. To become a dual agent, there must be a client relationship with both the buyer and the seller. So client means you owe fiduciary, right? Not a customer, but a client. All right. Designated agency is only available within a dual agency transaction. If the BIC is one of the designated agents, I mentioned this just a moment ago, then they can only do designated agency because the BIC has to directly supervise the provisional broker. An agent cannot be appointed as a designated agent to have prior confidential knowledge. I've said that several times tonight. Of the other party in the transaction. The agent's duty of confidentiality cannot be breached. I said that as well earlier. Just repeating the same thing. Now, these are the diagrams straight from the Real Estate Commission on the Real Estate Commission's brochure about working with real estate agents disclosure. This is in the questions and answers on working with real estate agent. So we have a buyer, and this broker represents this buyer. Right? The buyer wants to buy a property. The buyer wants to look at a property with this firm, two different firms. So we have a buyer agent over here and a listing agent over there. Right? That's not dual agency. That's buyer agency and seller agency. Now, here we have an agent that works for a firm, and he is actually working with the buyer and the seller. That's dual agency. Because this broker, this is a sole practitioner. Right? It's not a firm like we've been talking about. But it's an individual agent that's working with both buyer and seller. Right? That's dual agency. This is also dual agency. You have a buyer and a seller. You have a broker that works for the same firm and another broker who works for the same firm. But this firm doesn't practice designated agency, so both of these agents actually equally represent both sides. This agent represents this buyer, this seller. This agent represents this buyer, because these agents, the firm, represents both sides. That's dual agency. So both of these are dual agency. Now, it could also be in a brokerage company where a single agent is representing both sides. Now, here we have a broker who works for the brokerage company and another broker who works for a brokerage company. They work for the same brokerage company. But since broker A knows nothing about the seller confidential and broker B knows nothing confidential about the buyer, even though they are in dual agency, the firm designates this broker to represent the buyer, and they designate that broker to represent the seller. That's designated dual agency. Any questions? I promise you there are multiple questions about agency and dual agency, designated dual agency on the test. All right. Let's talk about Unit 9. Now we're going to start talking about contracts themselves. So first of all, contract line law. Because we did 7, 9, and then we went 8 and 10. 8 and 10 have to do with contracts. Unit 9 has to do with how do we form contracts. So here we go. 50% of the candidates do not understand basic contract concepts. The essential elements needed to mature and offer to a valid contract, contract clauses, contract breach, and possible remedies, and paperless transactions. So that's a lot of information. That means there's a lot of questions. 50% of the people don't know the answers to any of those things. All right, so we're going to talk about all those details in just a moment. Then offers, which is a part of that up there as well. More than 50% of the candidates do not understand how offers, counteroffers, and multiple offers work. Topic should include coverage of contingencies and the concept of time is of essence. So we're going to talk about all those things as well. So let's talk about the first section. All right, so what is a contract? A contract is a legally enforceable promise or set of promises between legally competent parties supported by legal consideration to do or refrain from doing an act, a legal act, that must be performed and for which the law provides a remedy if a breach of promise occurs. That's the long definition of a contract. Right? I gave you a little shorter summary of what a contract is. It has to be voluntary. It's an agreement or promise between legally competent parties about a legal act supported by legal consideration. It is intentionally formed between two parties. There has to be a meeting of the minds. Someone makes an offer, and at some point, either immediately, time-wise, or immediately no counter offer, but at some point, maybe a bunch of counter offers, but at some point, a person makes an offer and the other party accepts it. Again, there might be a lot of negotiations in between, but in the end, before a contract can be formed, both parties have to agree. Right? It may take us a while to get there, both time and the number of interactions, but before we can form a contract, there has to be a meeting of the minds where we all agree, okay, this is acceptable to us. Both parties do that. So, now we've already talked about this earlier. Valid contract complies with the essential elements of the contract. Void has no legal effect. Voidable means it could be voided. but not automatically. An unenforceable contract, no party can sue for performance because it's not possible for it to be performed. So just keep those. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna look at the 4 essential elements, and we're gonna talk about some other things and get down to how we actually form a contract. So this is similar to what we talked about earlier, right? Legally competent parties, that's the same thing. At least 18 years of age, sane and sober, right? Those are those things right there. So legally competent. 18 years of age, contractual capacity, sufficient mental capacity to understand their actions and consequences. All right. So those are the real important things right there about legally competent parties. Then there's the mutual assent part. That's what I talked about. There's a meeting of the minds. Either it's immediate because an offer is made and they don't want to make any change and they say yes. Or it never happens because they can't come together or something in between. It can take a lot of time or not, but it's mutual assent or a meeting of the minds. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. It says there, I think we pretty much covered it. What you're trying to do has to be legal. There has to be something of value passing between the parties. If you sign a contract under duress, that contract could be voided. It's voidable. You go to court and you say, hey, these are the circumstances. I only signed it because I'm afraid I was going to lose my life. And if you can prove that, then the court's going to say, no, we're not going to hold you to that contract. Misrepresentation or fraud could render a contract voidable. The statute of frauds requires that certain contracts be in writing, signed and dated to be valid and enforceable. The only one of these that we don't have to have in writing is which one? What's the main big exception to this? It doesn't have to be in writing to be enforceable? I thought we were talking about this. It's a lease of 3 years or less. All the others have to be in writing. Signatures are required of certain parties, depending on the type of contract being used, right? Once all these factors have been met, then we have realty of consent or a meeting of the minds that have taken place to a legal extent so that we can form a contract. So an offer is made, right? But it can be revoked, withdrawn, at any time up to contract formation. So if the offer is made and we start going back and forth in negotiations, either party at any time can say, you know what, I'm done. I'm out of here, right? So that can happen up to the point that we actually have a contract. And what's really important is that not that we have everybody agreeing. I mean, that's important, but that's not a contract. You can have everybody agree and not have a contract. You can have everybody agree and everybody sign the document and it's not a contract. What makes it a contract? Or when does it become a contract? When the last person, a party that had to sign something, signs it. Now we have everybody's signatures. Right? And then we communicate to the other side, we have that document. And that's what we're communicating. We are communicating that we have a legal document that's enforceable. And once we communicate that, then we're under contract. And up to that moment, neither party can change their mind. Until it's communicated that we actually have a document. Because I've seen it where you have documents signed. Everybody has signed it, but it has not been communicated. It's not a contract. And I'm doing contracts to close. We just started last night. And it's really important for us to understand. We don't have a contract until that happens. We have an agreement. We have a meeting of the minds. But we don't have an enforceable contract. So they want us, they're pounding it into our heads. We don't call it a contract until it's communicated. That's important. I promise you, there's a test question about that. Offer, acceptance, communication of acceptance. That's when it becomes a contract. Everything before that is either negotiations or we have an agreement. But all that really matters is, do we have an enforceable contract? And so we can go back and forth with offer, counter offer, all back and forth all you want to. We just know that the communication is what makes it a contract. And we're not communicating that we have an agreement. We do that all the time. Okay, my buyer accepts what the seller said. Well, that's great. That's an agreement. It's not a contract. Until everybody signed it. Because usually what happens, even though on test, you're going to assume everything's in writing. Unless they tell you otherwise. But in real life, a lot of times it happens in emails or phone conversations back and forth, that we finally have a meeting of the minds and okay, so we have an agreement. Let's get it in writing. We scramble around to get it in writing and finally get it in writing, and the last person signs it, and then the last person that signs it, their agent calls the other agent and says, we have a contract. Well, what's been happening is we say we're under contract the moment we have a meeting of the minds, but we're not. Now, I know we're splitting hairs here. Technically, we are under contract because oral contracts are legal, but they're not enforceable. And that fact that they're not enforceable means we don't want to tell people we're under contract because they think that means that it's enforceable, binding, but it's not. So that's why they don't want us to use those words until we actually have a contract. So can you have an oral contract? The answer is yes. If they were to ask you, I don't think they will, but if they were to ask you on a test question, are oral contracts legal? The answer is yes, but they're not enforceable. For a contract to be enforceable, it has to be in writing, and it has to be communicated if we have the document. I don't physically have to have the document, but that document has to exist, and it can exist in an electronic form. Remember that was one of the things about electronic stuff? It can exist in an electronic form. So a counteroffer is a new offer that rejects the original offer. That would be a great test question. Counteroffers reject the original offer. That original offer is gone. It's dead. It doesn't exist anymore. The only way it could ever be in existence again is if it's offered again. You can't revive it. You can't say, oh, I changed my mind. I'll take that first. Nope. It's gone. An offer or counteroffer may be revoked at any time before it has been accepted, but the offeree must receive notification of revocation. So again, until it's communicated that we have a contract, either party can change their mind. It's the second time I've said that in 10 minutes. According to agency, communication to the agent is the same as communication directly to the principal. That's another reason why we have to disclose to our party. Because the moment the agent knows it, it's as though the principal knows it, even though they don't. They're held legally accountable because their agent was notified. That's why anything you know as an agent to a principal, you need to tell that principal immediately because they might change their mind. You know it. You're held accountable for knowing it. They're held accountable for knowing it, even though they don't know it. So you better tell them as soon as possible because they're responsible for it. So tell them as soon as possible. The rule is immediately, but in no event later than 3 days. That's on contract, giving copies of contracts. But the same thing, forget the 3 days. On disclosure of information, it needs to be as soon as reasonably possible. You find out something at 3 o'clock in the morning, you don't have to call and wake up your buyer or seller at 3 o'clock in the morning and say, I just want to make sure you know that. You can wait till the next morning. Reasonable. You want to communicate to your principal as soon as possible, reasonably possible, everything you know that could affect their decision-making process. Any changes to an offer constitutes rejection of the original offer and creates a counteroffer, and all changes must be initialed and dated by all parties. And why can we do that? A piece of paper, it's a contract, it's written on, we send it over to the other side, they don't like the price, they draw a line through the price, they write the new price on it, they initial the change, they sign the document. Are we under contract?
Yeah.
So we send it over to the other side, the buyer initials the change, are we under contract? Not until, in my scenario, the buyer agent or buyer communicates to the other side. It could be the buyer and seller meet each other at the store and say, hey, I signed the contract. That's possible. But it has to transfer from one side to the other. But why can't we draw lines on contracts and write stuff in? There's a rule.
Why can you?
Why can we do that? We don't have to start over with the new offer. We can scribble all over the old one.
It's easier.
That's not the reason. It might be easier. Why can we legally do it? Called the parole evidence rule. Parole, like you're getting paroled. The parole evidence rule allows us to strike through things on contracts and change them and then initial them. Now, this goes back to consent. Signatures are required on certain types of contracts. We already went over this earlier tonight. Deeds, contract for sale, mortgages, options, easements, leases for more than 3 years in duration from the making thereof. And here's that parole evidence rule that I just mentioned. Right? So all of those have to be in writing and signatures are required.
with the definition of contract? So when the real estate sign says contract pending, that's not really true.
No, it is true, but it better be true. That means we have a valid contract.
But it's not, I thought the contract was until the signed and communicated. That means it's a done deal.
Well, no, it doesn't. Even when you're under contract, doesn't mean it's a done deal. That wouldn't be a true statement. We're under contract when all parties have signed and dated all the details of the contract and it's been communicated. That's what makes it a contract. Then we put the contract pending sign on the sign. But we're not closed yet. We got 30, 45 days before we close. And with our contract, is it a done deal? No, the buyer purchased the right to terminate for any or no reason during the due diligence. So it might not be a done deal. But we do have a legal contract. So one of the problems that they said was that people didn't understand time is of the essence. So what does time is of the essence mean? It means if there's a date in there, it has to be strictly followed. It's like drawing a line in the sand and said, don't you cross that line. If you cross that line, that's time is of the essence. We don't have very many time is of the essence dates in our contract. We do have one. You know what that is? How many dates do we have in a contract? Contract formation, right? Due diligence, closing. Those are the three main dates. You could add a couple others depending on some special circumstances, but those are the three main dates. One of those three is a time is of the essence date. Which one? Due diligence date. The contract formation date is just when it happens. The closing date is a target. The due diligence date is a time is of the essence. And then it says 5 p.m. on the date that you put in that blank. Right? So time is of the essence means that it has to be performed within the stipulated time, or the party that did not perform within that time frame is liable for a breach of contract. It has to say time is of the essence for that to be true. Otherwise, all of our dates are targets. Sometimes you don't hit the target. Sometimes you don't hit the bullseye. You're a day or two off one way or the other. If time of the essence is not there, then it's just a target, which is what I said. It's not complying with the date is not automatic termination of the contract if it doesn't say time is of the essence. All right. Now what is assignment? Assignment is where you exchange one of the parties' names for somebody else. So the contract doesn't change, but the person who's responsible for fulfilling the contract, that person's name is changed. Now, in a lease or in a offer to purchase, it's probably not going to be the owner of the property, and it's not going to be the seller, which is also the owner. It's not going to be the person who owns the property that's leasing it. That's their name. You can't really change that one. But it could be the party who signed the contract, that's the buyer, or the person who wants to lease the property. So assignment is available in North Carolina. In fact, default in North Carolina is all contracts are assignments. Unless the contract says they're not. And all of our contracts say the contract is not assignable unless all parties agree. So they're still assignable, but everybody has to agree to it. So that's assignment. That's a substitution of parties. Now, novation you're not going to see, but that's a substitution of contract. So you have a contract and you form another contract and say, we want to substitute this contract for this. That's novation. Just be familiar with that one. No assignment, no time is of the essence. Novation you're probably not going to see. Now, what do we mean by discharge of a contract? Completion, right? Or we can't complete it and we dissolve it or discharge it, right? And so the best way to dissolve or discharge a contract is full performance, right? That's the best way. Because once the contract has been performed, then there's no contract anymore because it's been fully performed. You could also do it by partial performance or substantial performance. These would be agreed upon by the parties. Basically, they're agreeing to amend the contract. They're not holding the other party to every detail of the contract because it still may be in the best interest of that party to go ahead and close. But what we like is the full performance. I would prefer the order be full, substantial, partial. Because then it goes from top to bottom, but that's, I think, the way they would. There's also the possibility, the possibility of impossibility. It may not be possible to perform the contract because maybe the house doesn't exist anymore. Can't make someone sell a house that doesn't exist. Doesn't mean that the party is not in breach. It just means it's not possible to perform. That would discharge the contract as well. Mutual agreement would discharge the contract, or could. Operation of law, that's where the court gets involved and the court dissolves or discharges the contract. So all of those are possibilities. Another term you need to be familiar with is default or breach of contract. That's where one of the parties does not fulfill an obligation that they were required to, that was, in the contract. If you're in default or breach of contract, then there are consequences, depending upon who it is that's breaching the contract. Now, on an offer to purchasing contract, if the seller breaches the contract, the buyer has the ability to do almost anything that's legally possible. Go back to that septic tank situation. Okay, the seller was in breach of contract. Now, if the buyer breaches the contract, the seller's hands are tied because they signed a contract that took away a lot of the rights. When they signed the offer to purchase the contract, they agreed that if the buyer defaulted or breached the contract, that their sole and exclusive remedy would be earnest money and due diligence fee. We call those liquidated damages because we really don't know how much the seller was damaged, but we just set a price. And that price is the due diligence fee plus the earnest money deposit. So the seller cannot force the buyer to perform the contract because the seller gave that right up when they signed the contract. That's just because that's how our contract is written. Now, typically, either side could sue for performance and go all the way, but in our contracts, the sellers cannot do that. So they can sue the breaching party for compensatory damages, in other words, compensation for the actual expenses that they incur. They can collect liquidated damages. That's when we don't really know how much it is, but we set a price and say, okay, we'll call it good. Sue for consequential damages. Sometimes there are other expenses that happen because someone breaches the contract that are not directly but indirectly related. You can sue for those. Sue for specific performance. That's where you make the party perform. Again, the buyer cannot be made to perform because that's a right the seller gave up. Typically they could, but in our contracts they gave that up. Now, let's say it went to court. Forget what our contract says, right? If it went to court and the seller is suing the buyer to make them perform, courts rarely make buyers buy. Rarely make a buyer buy. I mean, there are times a buyer can't buy. I mean, what if it's a husband and wife or two parties? It doesn't have to be husband and wife. Two parties are involved. Both of their incomes are necessary for them to qualify for the loan, and one of them loses their job or one of them dies. They don't have the financial ability to get the loan. You can't make them buy because they don't have the money. So there are a lot of things like that. So courts rarely make buyers buy, but they always make sellers sell. Because there's no reason why the seller couldn't sell, even if they died. Their heirs could sell. So they could sue for performance, and our contract only allows the buyers to sue for performance. They can rescind the contract if they're in default. All right, so those are the things that are available out there for if one of the parties defaults. Now remember, the statute of limitations in North Carolina for real estate transactions is 3 years, unless what? You sign it with a seal, or you seal your signature, right? Then it goes from 3 years to 10. All right, basic contract stuff. Any questions on how we form a contract? Offer, acceptance, communication of acceptance. That's also true with an electronic form. The 2000 UETA Act, Uniform Electronic Transaction Act, says that most electronic copies of originals are the same as the originals. And that's pretty broad when we talk about electronic. Any questions about contract formation? All right. I've mentioned some things about contracts, all right? So Unit 8 is about agency contracts. Buyer agency, listing agent, listing agreement. property management agreements. That's what unit 8 was about. So let's talk about some details of this that are level 3 stuff. It says here, talk about seller agency. About 50% of the candidates do not understand the listing broker's responsibility for compliance with the Residential Lead-Based Paint Hazard Reduction Act and other property disclosures. So there are, well, let's talk about what are the different types of disclosures that are possible in a sales transaction. Well, we know the Residential Property Disclosure Act has to be followed. That's 2 disclosures. The Residential Property Disclosure Statement and the Mineral Oil and Gas Disclosure. Okay. Then there are some other possibilities. Does the date 1978 ring a bell? So what happens around that date? Anything that was built prior to that, you have to use the lead-based paint disclosure. So anything built in 1977 or earlier, not 1978. They love doing that. It actually says built prior to 1978. So if it was built in 78, no disclosure is required. I promise you there are questions out there, all right? And they're going to ask you what are the possible answers. If it said 78 or if it said 77, it would be one answer. If it says 78 or 79, it's a different answer. You know what I'm saying? So you got to remember 1978. So that's lead-based paint disclosure. What else? What other kind of disclosure might be out there? Okay, that would be disclosing them. Those are the main disclosures. Another possibility would be environmental issues and those kind of things. But those are the 3 main disclosures. So the lead-based paint, that's 1978, and any other property disclosures, which are the MOD and the RPODs. All right. 50% of the candidates struggle with what constitutes illegal drafting. So what are we allowed to do with these contracts? Fill in blanks. Well, we're able to use them, right? And the only thing we're able to do with them is fill in the blanks. Most of the blanks require a date, an amount, or someone's name. You know, like just little things, not sentences, not paragraphs. So if you do any more than just put numbers or dates or those types of things in blanks, you're probably going too far. Anytime we want to change anything that's in the contract, you need an attorney. We never recommend that a buyer or seller draw lines through anything in the contract or change the contract. That's practicing law. We never write something up for a buyer or for a seller. And if the buyer or seller does want to change something, you always say you need to talk to an attorney. Now, does that happen sometimes? Yeah, that same contract where I was talking about the buyer wanted to make an offer, but I got another agent in the office to give them out. Okay, so that's selling. Ended up, they had another buyer who was interested, but they were hesitant, and the seller felt they were hesitant because we had heard from several other people they thought it was too much overpriced, right? So the seller thought, well, maybe the reason why this buyer, who was really interested, because they kept going back and looking at the property, you know, you could tell they were interested, but they weren't making an offer. The seller said, hey, Jim, I think the reason why they're not making an offer is because they're afraid the property won't appraise. I said, that's probably true. He said, why don't we just say to this buyer that if the property doesn't appraise, we will give their earnest money back and their due diligence money back. But that's not what the contract says. Can the seller say that? Absolutely, they can say that. Can I write that for them? No. That's changing the contract. The seller said they want to do that. I said, I'm fine with you doing that if you want to do that, but I'm not an attorney. We need to have an attorney look at it. So before we had an attorney look at it, we wanted to see if that would make any difference to the buyer. And so we told the buyer what we would like to add to the contract, what the seller wanted to add to the contract. And if they were interested in that, then we would get an attorney to actually draw up the actual wording of what we wanted to do. And the buyer said, yeah, that might entice us to go ahead and make an offer. And so instead of us getting our attorney to look at the wording that the seller wrote, The buyer agent said, hey, we've got an attorney on retainer. We'll just take it to our attorney and make sure that the attorney feels like that, and so that's what ended up happening. But an attorney looked at the change to the contract. I didn't suggest it, but I'm supposed to obey, right? They told me to do it. I gave them advice. You need to have an attorney look at it. But I obeyed. I'm supposed to obey any lawful instruction of my principal. Right? Lawful, ethical, and relative to the terms of my employment, which all those met the criteria. So just know, don't draft anything in a contract. That is not your job. You are not an attorney. This is going to sound bad. Take it for how I mean. I'm a pretty smart guy. I can write a lot of good stuff. I'm serious.
No.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to do it. I've actually written some stuff and said to an attorney, not for a client, and said, I would like to use this on some of my contracts. And he looked at it and he said, sounds great to me. I couldn't have written any better myself. So, but even though I might be able to do that, I need to have an attorney look at it. Because I'm not an attorney.
You should have been an attorney.
I just don't want to go back to school and do anything. I'm just saying, you might be gifted and talented and maybe have the ability to do it, but you don't have a license. I don't have a license to do it. So you better not do it. Otherwise, you'll lose your other license that you're working hard to get right now. 50% of the candidates don't understand that. Right. So we are not authorized to practice law. Drafting is prohibited. All we can do is fill in the blanks on these pre-printed forms and use the standard addenda. And if there's not a standard addenda that does what we want it to do, what do? Contact an attorney. Because we can only use the ones that are already developed for us. All changes or additions dated and initialed by all parties when we do fill in the contract blanks. All right. Now, just because I can. All right, well, we're not leaving. That's not. Because I thought some of you probably thought that. But no. I have seen them ask a question about the offered purchasing contract that says, is there a time, I should have said this earlier, is there a time when assignment of a contract has already been agreed upon? What's the answer to that question? In the offered purchasing contract. Is there a time that assignment of the contract has already been agreed upon in the offered purchasing contract? Yes or no? Well, the way I'm asking, it kind of sounds like the answer ought to be yes, right? And it is yes. But when? You know? It's in the contract. This is really, they can get real picky. So you want to know when it is? Anybody online want to know when that is? Because I did say I've seen it as test question, right? Okay, nobody wants to know. You want to know? Okay.
Turn them on mute then.
Put them on mute because they don't want to know. Are the people online still awake? Yes? Oh, I got one thumbs up. Okay, all right.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. I said, is there a time that assignment of the contract has already been agreed upon in the offer to purchasing contract? Because remember, I told you assignment is possible and everybody has to agree to it. But there is a time in the contract that they've already agreed to assignment. No other permission has to be given because when they signed the contract, they gave permission. That is in relationship to a 1031 exchange. So if you see that question, you know the answer. Didn't I tell you that? You guys aren't writing that down? I guess they thought I just made that up. Online people, did you write that down? Because the people in person, there's like only 2 people doing it. The contract, the standard offer to purchasing contract already gives permission to assign the contract if it's in conjunction with a 1031 exchange.
What is that?
Exchanging from investment.
What is a
property to
1031 exchange? A
investment.
1031 exchange is where you want to do, you have a commercial property and you want to defer your taxes to later. The IRS code 1031 says if you sell an investment property and you turn around and put the proceeds back into an investment property and you never touch the gain, you can defer your taxes until a later date. That's called a 1031 tax-free exchange. Actually, a tax deferred. It's not tax-free. You just you push off when you have to pay the taxes. And when you do one of those, they usually have to assign the contract to somebody else to make it happen. And so they just put it in the contract. If we're doing a 1031 exchange, you've already agreed to allow us to assign the contract to somebody else. Now, why they asked that question, I have no idea. But I have seen them ask that question. Does it matter? It's possible. All right. You know what? We're not going home, but I'm ready to go.
Me too.
We're almost ready to go. I'm not gonna let you go. That would be cheating you. I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But I wouldn't forgive me. All right. It said earlier that people have a problem on how to handle multiple offers. 50% do not know how sharing an offer information must be handled. First of all, in multiple offer situation, a multiple offer is not a material fact, which means it does not have to be disclosed. It is confidential information, and whose confidential information is it? The seller's confidential information. Now, can the seller choose to divulge some of their confidential information? Sure they can, if they think it's in their best interest. What's that? Then yeah, if you tell one, you have to tell everybody. So first of all, it's not a material fact. It does not have to be disclosed. But if you disclose it, you have to treat everybody the same. If one person knows it, everybody has to know. So let's say I have the listing, and I have a buyer who is interested in making an offer on my property, and I get 4 more offers that come in. Do I have to disclose that there are multiple offers?
Oh, you did.
This is a new scenario. I just made this one up.
Oh, I think you
It
did.
has nothing to do with something I said in the past. I have a listing. I have a buyer who's interested in making an offer, and they make an offer on the property I have listed. We get 3 other offers coming in from other agents. Do I have to disclose there are multiple offers?
To the seller?
To the seller, yeah.
To the seller, yes.
Seller.
You all got that question. Do I know it?
Yes.
So does my buyer agent know it? Yeah, I'm my buyer's agent,
Yeah.
right? I'm a dual agent. I represent the seller and I represent that buyer. So my buyer has an agent who knows there are multiple offers.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have to disclose it now because I have to treat everybody the same. So if I'm representing one of the buyers and I have a listing, then every other agent buyer has a right to know that there are multiple offers. Because that would put me at an advantage. I know there are multiple offers, but they don't know there are multiple offers. Okay. That's why you can't do it. That's the only time the seller does not have to give you permission. Because now you're required by law to say it. Because again, you have to treat everybody the same. Now, when these offers come in, as soon as you get them, you give them to the seller. Right? Now, what's been common practice recently is we collect all these offers and then we set a date or time out in the future, or a day or two, where we start talking to the seller about it. So I just send them to the seller because we have to give it to him immediately, but in no event later than 3 days, right? So I send them to the seller and say, you can look at them. If you got any questions, you can ask me. What we'll do is we'll wait until whatever time. Well, I asked them if they want to do that. We've already decided that. So we'll just wait for that time we decided, and then we'll get together and we'll talk about all the offers at one time. So I send all the offers to the seller. Forget that I have one. I just send all the offers to the seller, and then we go over. I don't get the first one and say, okay, now here's the first one. What do you want to do? You like this one? Okay, you don't get to look at the others. No, you show them all to the seller. And then one of your jobs is what? To help them decipher all that information. And I had 15 offers. Like, you talking about overwhelming, it was almost overwhelming for me. So can you imagine how the sellers felt? So you got to do things to kind of help the sellers figure out which ones are the best and which ones aren't. And usually side-by-side comparison really works well. So anyway, just know that in handling multiple offers, it's not a material fact. The seller gets to decide whether or not that they disclose it or not. If you disclose it to one, you have to disclose it to all. You send all the offers to the seller, and you go over all the offers. One's not important, more important than the other. The order they came in is not, significant. You send them all to them, and then you start talking about it. And then the seller starts to make decisions about the multiple offers. So that's multiple offers. How do you handle earnest money due diligence fee? Now that's an Appendix A question, right? 50% of the candidates do not understand the effects of a buyer breach when it comes to earnest money and due diligence. So on Tuesday night, we'll pick up with that thought, because that's going to take me a few minutes. Don't leave it. It's going to take me a few minutes to go through, and I don't have enough time. So we'll talk about that one when we come back on Tuesday night. Now, Tuesday night, don't forget to change your clocks on Sunday. Fall back.
Hopefully we'll realize it by Tuesday.
Hopefully by Tuesday you've got your clocks straightened out. But just in case, make sure you understand we changed times this weekend. And I want you to do Appendix A6. That's the last of the appendix questions. Right? I will post this video sometime tomorrow. I will post the A6 before I leave, so it's already out there. I will see everybody on Tuesday night. Remember, we're staying the full 4 hours. This is already out there, but I added some slides that are not out there yet. So I'm going to exchange it and put the other one out that has all the slides.
Thank you.
Jim.
What? No. Be to practice. No. The problem with online people, I cannot protect the integrity of the test.
All right.
If everyone's in here, then I would let you have it, and I would take it back, and you never get it back.
No, I'm talking about if I would say online.
What about it?
Remember how we did last class? We did a practice test.
We did a practice test online?
Yeah.
Did we do one? Oh, maybe we did.
We did a midterm and a.
I know we did. Okay. Practice fine. I'll look at it. If we did, yes. I'll have to look at it. Everything okay, Sherry?
Perfect.
Good. I think I answered all the questions that were being thrown out there, about the details of the test. Hannah, you
I
have
think
any-
so.
Not Hannah. I have a friend who, her name is Hannah, and she has the same last name as you. So that's probably why I said Hannah. I know you're fair.
Little, what is my mom's child?
Your niece.
Yeah, she,
She has the same last name. She have a brother? Her brother's name is Trevor.
they're young, they're still high school.
Okay, high school, yeah. These two are still in high school.
Learning to drive.
They're both in high school. Hannah and Trevor is their names. Anyway, I know what your name is. I know it's fair, but I said Hannah, but that's why I said it. I can look it up.
I think it's around like.
Do you need me for anything, Sherry? I don't want to just keep you.
Not at all. You have a great night and I'll see you
Okay.
next week.
All right. Talk to you later.
Right.
Okay, bye-bye.